just jamming, jamming, and we're waiting for this download. I don't know how long this is gonna do. But I mean, we're at 15%. It can't take that long. It's just a little phone game. It's just a little baby phone game. It's going at 4.4 M per second. Oh no, it's going back down. It's like trying. It's doing its best. The DL speed. I remember this being a video. Why is it not a video? Why is it just like a picture of this man? Did I break it? Did I do something bad? Did I do something wrong? It seems like I might have done something wrong. Because it's not moving. I remember this being a movie. And also I don't recognize this boy. This boy looks like a boy that I don't know. Kinda looks like... He looks like he shops at Hot Topic, right? That's like a Hot Topic boy. I don't know why I started this stream when we're still loading in, but I did. Just, you know, chilling, hanging out. We're just chatting, you know? Listening to, like, the incredible theme song. Something? I don't actually know how the song goes. Okay, so straight up, I guess it should be straightforward. I have played this game before, but it's fine. We're gonna get brand new cards and we're gonna go on brand new dates. I think. I don't think this is connected to my regular account. If it's connected to my regular account, I'm actually gonna be a little disappointed. Cause I wanna go through the whole experience together, you know? We need to earn our way into all these boys' hearts. You guys aren't allowed to just get all up in my account where I'm like already sleeping in Raphael's room and like we're married in the past and in the future and in the present. And also, we paint and we hang out. I got like a little bit of a soft spot for painters, I guess. Because Raphael's my favorite in this. Tears of Steamus, Marcus is my favorite. I wanted to bang that guy in Persona 5. Like the eccentric artist. You know, Hoi is not bad. That skinny little artist twink, who also is crazy. That's where it's at. That's my type. Is this not a movie? I can do this. That's fun. Boop. Boop, I probably should have done. Okay, I don't know. His ear is like weirdly. There's like a lot of detail that went into his ear, and also at the same time like really weird. Like there's something wrong with it. Is that what a human ear looks like? I'm feeling really like self-aware of my ears right now, actually. My ear looks like. My ears look kind of weird. I've been drinking some wine and orange juice. I've made myself mimosas. Is that all a mimosa is? Mimosa. Okay, so it's not Champagne. It's just rosé. It's rosé and orange juice instead of Champagne. But you know, it's better. It's better this way, really. Before fading to dust, some love for I'll end the stream and come back. It's only been 5 minutes though. It feels like it's been such a long time. How do I escape this full screen mode? Oh yeah, today's my birthday. Today's my birthday. We're gonna date some space boys. Thank you. I'm so old. Absolutely. It's time to hit the retirement home. Where's my glasses? I should put my glasses on. Weird, I don't know what this powder is that's on it. That smells. Swipe that off though. Oh, no. Oh, we're not playing. I'm not playing ARAMs today at the moment. Can I just save that for like a belated ARAM birthday ARAM? We did like 5 hours of ARAMs yesterday. Oh, thank you!
And the faithful shall be rewarded!
Never forget that one time CLG won. Oh, that's okay. I'm not being like, why weren't you there? But I'm just like ARAM'd out. It was like five hours of ARAMs, and honestly, the night did not go great. This is gonna take a while, it looks like. Why does this game taking such a long time to download? No, don't you dare turn my computer off. I think that would restart all of this. Oh, cat. Well, cat's literally right here. It's a great roleplay game. Okay, I'm making a drink. Give me a sec. I wasn't making a drink. I need my huge ass glass. It's this much rosé, and then the rest of the glass orange juice. You deliver pizzas and go to the strip club? I mean, that's one way to play. I've never actually played GTA, I'll be honest. She doesn't go out with you? You gotta take that aggression out on somebody. I get it, I understand. You know what I could do? Is I could literally play this game on my phone while I wait for this game to just finish downloading. Or I could play Cat Fantasy. Or we could play... What should we do while we wait for this? What do we do, Tally? Do I have anything that I could just open up real quick and we could play for like 10 minutes? By 10 minutes, I mean like 20 minutes. Because it's very slow. You just want to hang out? No, Tally doesn't want me to play anything. Oh, this also probably completely fucked up the... Probably fucked up the OBS. I'll go back to that. Maybe I should watch shots. It's too late now. It's like 10 p.m. I should go to like Bow Tally. Just get absolutely like go wasted. Do a 2-6 of vodka. Just slam that down. Maybe next time. Long cat. I guess you guys should see the tummy. The big long tummy cat. Hello. Tally didn't like that. She is a cutie patootie. She's malleable. She allows me to do whatever I want. I got Indian food tonight. I was very excited. My favorite food. So obviously I had some for my birthday. Oh, God, Indian food is so good! Don't knock stuff on the ground. I caught it before it ricocheted to the ground. You little scamp. Jello cat? Yeah, she's a bit of a jello cat. I think we're gonna be here for... what dish did I get? I got tikka masala. And a bunch of samosas and some naan. Like some rice. Yeah, it was from that place. That place that I accidentally ordered food, but it was from British Columbia, and then I just like took that bullet. But I didn't do it. I didn't order from them. Someone else did it. My dad did it. So I didn't have to show my face there. LMAO was marked as profanity, really? Oops. I don't think I can change that. I think I can either turn the profanity filter on or off. I don't even think I have it on. Or I guess I do. How's everybody's day? That's so good. No, 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 no. No, 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 no. You don't go. You don't. Go up there. What's like animal quotes word to mean? No. You don't go up there. My PC already likes to melt. I don't need you laying on top of the vent. Oh, that's a pretty hard-working day. Stop! Stop it! She's so mad. I wouldn't let her go on top of my computer. She's a feisty kitty. What does that do? It, like, puts it all the way in the corner. This there. Yeah, fire him. That's the only option. You're so wily. You're so wily, Tally. Hmm? Alright, see you later. We're opening up Steam. Let's see. Let's see if I could download all of Nikke. If Nikke's even on Steam. Before this finishes patching. Oh, Nikke's not on Steam. I'd have to emulate it too. Oh, you know what we could do for just like 20 minutes? I'm gonna open up Honkai Star Rail. Watch Honkai Star Rail also have to patch. I'll actually just like end it. I'll just end the stream, I'll go to bed. Birthday will be cancelled. I'll go throw out all my leftover food. This song's kind of a banger. I was thinking we were gonna swap between games and do like a bunch of Otome games tonight, but if it takes this long to patch them, that's like probably not a plan. Probably not gonna be the plan. Maybe it'll be. Maybe I'll just make poor decisions later. I'm gonna be drinking a lot of wine. Alright, let's turn this down. Let's open up Star Rail. Actually, let's not turn this down quite yet. Gosh, my computer blue screen. Because emulating this phone game is too difficult.
Before fading to dust, some long for eternal sleep, as eulogy chanted by stars, into that serenity, their lost time forever buried.
She says buried, she doesn't say baby. I think I've stared at this picture of this man for such a long time that he doesn't look like a person anymore. Right? And I still can't get over how weird his ear looks. His ear looks very strange. That can't be what human ears look like. That's not what they look like. That's not what my ear looks like. I refuse. Oh, it is also. Is it kind of low? No, that's like where your ear is. It like lines up with your mouth, the bottom of your ear. It's like lines up. At least with my ear. Maybe my ears are low. I've just looked at it for too long. I'm pretty sure. Maybe it's like small. They're small and then low. It just looks weird. Star Rail, don't you dare patch. Just function. And we'll just do Star Rail for like 20 minutes. Or like 10 minutes, 20 minutes. We'll see. You can just watch my party grind some bullshit. With my other husband, eventually. Oh? Ooh, my computer's unhappy about opening Star Rail at the same time. Never mind, I'm not playing Star Rail at the same time. Never mind. We're just gonna sit here and we're gonna watch this bar. And listen to this song. This should be a movie. This should be like an animated thing. But it's not. I don't know why. Oh. There we go. Oh, look at this. Oh, look, it's... Oh, it's the most boring boy's birthday event. You can't just say it's bad. You don't even know if it's bad. It could be good. You can't just say it's bad. It's the most boring boys' birthday event, which is unfortunate. It's not the best boys' birthday event, or any of the other boys' birthday events. It's the most boring boys' birthday event. Oh, we're at 92%. Oh my god, we're almost there. We almost made it. He's boring. All he does is like, I guess I can't say that because I also nap all the time, but all he does is nap all the time. He's just like sleepy, you know, that's his like character trait. I don't want him to date me. I'm expecting also this to just like start crash. It's just a crash before it gets down to percent. I'm expecting something to happen. And I'm just gonna give up and play something else. I'm so ready. Oh, hello, Lurline. How are you?
Some forsake longevity, the fading to dust.
98%. 99%.
The eulogies turn into gleaming stars.
99. 99! I'm freaking out. Come on. You know what? I liked this song 20 minutes ago. Now I don't like this song anymore. I would be okay with never hearing this song ever again in my life. Oh, thank you. Come on, 99%. You can do it. I want to meet the disinterested Hot Topic boy. There's no way we were gonna get there tonight. Because I'm not even there in my version of this game. It's on my phone. Are you just gonna stick here at 99%? Are you not gonna go to the 100? Are we just gonna be stuck here? The song's still playing. I know you're still running, game. Functioning. Oh god, I'll finish this whole cup in like 20 minutes. Probably a bad idea. I have a lot of wine. Oh well. Oh well, fuck it. Come on, you little baby back bitch. Give me that last percent. How long do we give it before we give up? Like 3 songs? 3 whole playthroughs of the song? Do you know his name? Like this guy's name? I have no idea who this guy is. I played this game a bit on my phone. I know Raphael, Xavier, and Ice Prince has a name. I don't remember what his name is though. Ice Prince. Those are the only 3 guys I know. Then there's like the fake out guy. I have no idea who this guy is. Looks like he is edgy. That's about it. I have no idea what his name is. It's, Bob. This is Frank. This is Frank Bob. His name is Silas? I see. I'm just gonna like... Should I just like get up and like walk away, then come back? I feel like if I get up and walk away, it'll finish. I feel like if I get up and walk away, it'll finish. Let me test it. Oh, is he a vampire? If you have red eyes, you have to be a vampire. It's a dead giveaway. Oh, this could be blood. This could be like blood magic happening here. I thought it was just edgy. It didn't work. My strategy of walking away didn't work. He's the popular one? Aw, oh, man. No, he's not my popular one. My popular one's Raphael, the Mermaid Prince. Do I close it? And open it back up again? Do we risk the biscuit? It looks like it's still functioning. Right? I feel like if we close it and reopen it, it's gonna like restart or something.
Before fading to dust.
Do you think it crashed?
Some long for eternal sleep, as eulogy chanted by stars. Into that serenity, they lost time forever.
What is this? I turned it sideways. The Mermaid Prince? I like the Mermaid Prince. I don't know. I like the artist guy. I like Raphael. He's my favorite. That's all. He's a cutie patootie. Little cute. He's a little cutie patootie. That's all I got. Infold. Pete. Limited. Alright. It's totally gonna work now, right? If not, I'll give it another 5 minutes. I'll give it another 5 minutes. And then if it doesn't work, then I guess we give up and I just played Diablo. Or maybe we just play ARAMs. I don't know. I don't know. I was so down to do this. If this doesn't work, I'm lost. Now it doesn't even seem like seems like it's stuck on this screen. I want to see I want to be romance too. I want that. That's what I want. I want big space boys to romance me. I want them to woo me while I shoot guns. We could always try Love Mr. Love Queen's Choice. Oh, oh, ooh. Oh, it's working better now, and it's actually doing the movie. Because it was supposed to be a movie the whole time. It just stopped being a movie. This one's the best, guy. It was actually, I guess, kind of broken the whole time. I probably should have restarted it. As soon as it froze. The movie froze. They're really proud of their eyes. Their eye rendering. They're just like, look at this. Look at these eyes that we made. This is a green one. Those ones are whatever that color is. This is a really unfortunate close-up of this guy's nose that it decided to freeze on. Can we not do this? We might not be able to do this. He's the best boy. The wink? The wink? Oh! Ooh! Ooh! Okay, we might not be able to do this. This is unfortunate. The 3D capabilities of this game might be too much to emulate. Now you can ask a question. Go ahead. Okay. This is looking pretty broken. Ooh, that was a very unfortunate sideways look. Okay. Oh, can't install. It can't install it. If I had looked, it would have told me that it can't install. Okay. That's unfortunate. That was my plans. That's 40 minutes of this stream was just that. This is the game. This is the game. If everything doesn't pan out, I guess we just end up having we just have to play New Carnival. Well, let me see if we can get I can get Mr. Love Queen's Choice working. Who's the most short person in the game? I got nothing. Oh, if I just have to download a random game. Okay, if I'm just downloading a random game to play tonight, it's probably No More Heroes. It's not Disco Elysium, sorry. Oh, would I have to download this too? Oh, God. Or we could Tears of Themis. Tears of Themis isn't crazy, though. Or we could do Obey Me. Or we could do the other version of Obey Me. Oh, Arcana Twilight's pretty good, too. Because this game has a really terrible English translation that doesn't make any sense. Like, it literally doesn't make any sense. Maybe we do Arcana Twilight? I have extensive knowledge of Otome games. Let's install this too. We went to Mystic Messenger. We don't have time for that. There's so much trash. I love that all the Hoyo games are in here for some reason. Alright. Okay, so which of these two do you want to try and do? Mr. Love or Arcana Twilight? So this is the game I always talk about. How they're all X-Men and like a bunch of them are terrorists. And then this game just has really bad English translation. And I find it funny. And those are your two choices. This one's voiced, and I would only have to do my own voice, my own character and the narrator, and this one's like not voiced at all. Is I guess also an option. It's also not like if that's important. But I don't know. I don't think I have enough voices to do all the boys. But I could try. I lean towards Mr. Love, personally, but I'll let chat dictate. Or should I just flip a coin? Flip a cat? I'm not flipping a cat. Why can't you make this? Why can't you just make this decision for me, Samson? You know what? Fuck it. I want to do... Yeah, okay. You choose the one. I want it. I feel like this is also gonna have like a huge download. Never mind. It's not that long. We get to see little... Oh, this is like, we're gonna have a background for like the wrong game. For this we're gonna have a backdrop for the wrong game. But you know what, that's fine. People will just know my favorite guy from Love in Deep Space, I guess.
In the world.
This is gonna be an hour of just like downloading games and not actually playing anything. But you know what? Sometimes that's how things track. That's how things go. Oh look, he's pulling his shirt down and he's like licking the candy off your hand or whatever. Oh, that's scandalous. Look at that. That's scandalous. But you know what you'll never see? Like an actual, just a fucking kiss. They'll always, somehow it's always like more lewd than a kiss. You're like, why don't they just... why don't they just fuck? But they don't. It's like... it's like this. We're not gonna have my $200 card, which is very upsetting. Because I think this is gonna be a new account. But that's okay. Tally! Oh, look at that butt! Wait, is that her butt? No, that's her boobs. That's her boobs. She's so small. Right? They're like, she's so small. And we're back to the lollipop. Can I like just make these not show up? I don't think I can make these not show up. Or we're just gonna have to watch these comics. He knows everything about me. Oh, it's Kiro. Kiro. Oh, is this the same thing? Give me new ones. Come on. Give me new comics, not the same ones. Come on. Where's Gavin? Where's the creepy one I don't like? Oh, I didn't even notice his hands going up her thigh. Look at that. That's lewd. That's lewd. Oh, it's Gavin. What? Ask and you shall receive. We were so close, I could feel his breath. His lips felt hot as well this time. It reminded me of that time. Your lips are peeling? That's very sexy. Oh, it's wine! I don't have any of my crazy money cards. Okay, we're gonna have to, like... once this is done loading, not when this is done loading, but like we'll play for a bit on a brand new account, you know, see how it is. But like eventually I'm gonna treat you guys. I'm gonna treat you, and we're gonna log into my account, and we're gonna get all of the hot shit, all of the like the real shit. All of those cards I got. I hate Lucian. I hate him so much. Look at his bowl of cherries. Don't eat any. They're probably fucking poisoned. He can probably do that thing with his tongue where he can like tie it into a knot, and it's like, ooh, that's sexy, but don't fall for it. He's a weirdo. I don't like him. What is this? What was that? That's supposed to be sexy? They're both just eating cherries. I guess that could be sexy. Oh, hello. Hello, Mustaf. How are you? We're currently loading in. If based just on these comics, I don't know which one's my favorite boy. I think we've seen them, all of them. If we just have to base it, my opinion, just on this comic. Actually, if we just base it just on these comics, it's probably Victor. In the bed of roses and the wine. And he's like, he's so lewd. Giving me that hard side eye. Look at that. I can't get over how small she is, though. She's very small in all of these art pieces. But I guess that's just like a thing. This one's also kind of good, actually. The ribbon thing. The ribbon thing's not bad. Gavin one was boring. Lucian one was weird. Shaw one's okay. But she still got a bit of a butt. She got a butt. It's not my first time trying it, but this is gonna be a brand new account. I'm not very far in it though, in my like regular playing of it. But I thought I would just play it out. It seems like a fun streamable. Because the plot is so crazy. It's so crazy. It's so weird. It's like it's so bad shit. This blazer, it's way too warm for this blazer. No, this one is crazy. They're just all X-Men. We're almost done with 3 out of 4. We were gonna play Love in Deep Space, but my emulator was not loading it. It was not having it. I played pretty hard for a couple years when the game first came out, or like a year when the game first came out. And then it's been such a long time since I actually played this game. So while I guess I got like decently into it, there's a lot of the early parts of this game that I don't remember like at all. I got to the point where voice actors changed. I don't know why the voice actors changed, but I know they changed. And the plot was nuts. So I know who Shaw is. Kind of. I know of him. I know he's sick and rides a skateboard. But I didn't think he was, like, a boy. It seems like he's a main boy now. I thought he was just, like, a guy that was there for a little bit in the plot. Who's your favorite boy? My favorite boy when I first played was Gavin. But then, after a while, it was Victor. Because I got tired of the main character just being the dumbest piece of shit. And he was the only one who ever called her on being the dumbest piece of shit. I watched some of it, but it, like, was about as bad as you'd expect a visual novel anime to be. Because it's just all people talking. So it's just an anime of, like, people talking. I didn't get all the way through it. I just watched, like, the first, like, 4 or 5 episodes. Maybe it gets better later. I did see the episode where there's people, like, shooting Hadokens, though. And that was a good episode. That was, like, a really good episode. Oh my god, Samson? Samson. We need to watch the Mr. Love anime. It's very... disregard what I previously said, it's very good. Wait! There's another 1 out of 4? It's both. It's more of a Halloween movie than a Christmas movie. The actual Christmas element of that movie is like, it's like 70% Halloween, 30% Christmas. But if like Die Hard is a Christmas movie, then I guess you could call it a Christmas movie. But yeah, but it's just like... I guess the whole plot is about Christmas. But it's like about Halloween discovering Christmas. At the least, it's gotta be 50-50. I'd still say it's a Halloween movie. It's a spooky movie. You know 2 people born on the 15th? Dang. How you doing, Bandit? Oh, it's late for you. What the heck? What are you still doing up? I'm eventually going to be playing an Otome game. It's just that, my computer didn't, agree with the first one. So now we have to download a whole second one. It's like it's just been an hour of downloading games. It's just been an hour of just chatting. That's fine. I'm skilled at just talking to myself. It's all good. Time to make another drink. I'm gonna be a whole bottle of wine. in before we even start this fucking game. Oh fuck. Yeah. I'm gonna do some dates. I'm dating the boys. We're gonna date all the boys. We're gonna see what cards we get. Maybe we'll get some good shit. Maybe there's like an event happening right now. Oh, thank you. I need to start doing VODs again. Right now I'm just being lazy, and I know YouTube keeps my streams, so I'm not doing any editing or anything anymore. On like making actual YouTube VODs. But you know, it's just like such an easy way to be lazy. But we're almost there. And by almost there, I mean we're halfway through decompressing. Or we'll be halfway through decompressing like real quick, real soon. Look at this midriff. Maybe I should have just installed Mass Effect. That's the real dating game. With my actual husband, Garrus Vicarian. Actually, there's no way I can stream Baldur's Gate 3. I can barely just play Baldur's Gate 3 without my computer melting. Maybe if I put everything on the lowest of low settings. We fuck like 2 Polygon Asterion. So it's also a game where I might be too self-conscious to actually stream. People will judge me for my playstyle and my missing about all the things. But booby neck. No, there's just one vampire. There's just one vampire. That anytime anything happens, I immediately go to camp and I'm like, ooh, we gotta spill the tea! Can you believe that just happened? And he's like, oh, I can't believe that just happened. Darling. You gotta make sure you long rest often, just in case any of the party members want to have a conversation with you. And there was a while Gale was still trying to woo me, but you know, I had to keep turning him down. The first time I played through, I tried to like crawl my way through that game, never long resting. Because it seemed like there was a time limit. So I like rushed through it. But you don't have to at all anyway whatsoever. There's no time limit. You can spend as much time as you want. The mind flayer parasite's not gonna do shit. So small. Like when you look at his arm, holy shit. Oh. we're almost done. There's just 2 left. 79. Oh, they did one more than it had to. It did 79 out of 78. Okay. Is this game also not going to finish installing? Am I going to do an hour of installing and not have to not play a single Otome game? Because if that happens, I might like ending the stream and going to bed. Okay. There we go. Now, do we... Let's just quick play. Let's start a new account. Wait, what? Another update? Are you kidding me? It's so large! We're just playing one of the Otome games I have on Steam. This is just an hour of my life wasted. It's closed and the music's still playing. I'm downloading a 2 GB entire Otome game. We're just playing it. We're just playing it. Amnesia Memories. I don't know what this is. I bought it at some point in my life. Alright. The 3rd game of the night. We'll have to do Otome games another day. Fuck my life. I can't believe I just wasted an hour of... I just streamed loading screens for an hour. But you know what? It's fine. It doesn't matter. This is what we're doing. In 4 minutes, this game's gonna be done, and we're just gonna play it. It's just gonna be a downloaded game, and it's like, that's it. We're just gonna play it. We're still gonna get deep-dicked by anime boys. Hopefully. I don't know. It's just called Amnesia Memories. And there's a picture of, like, a boy. And there's, like, playing cards. I don't know why I bought this. but I guess I just bought it at some point. I had like a phase where I just bought like a shit ton of Otome games though. I have this. I think I have what's that one where your pets turn into boys? I have that. I have the other one that's by that same place, that same company. What is that? What is it called? What's it? Possibly Fairy Fencer F. Maybe I'm just gonna do like a stream tonight where I just play like a shit ton of random games. I'm just gonna stream forever, but I'm just gonna play like a shit ton of random stuff. But we're playing at least one Otome game. We're at least doing one route. We're gonna get an ending. Is it gonna be a good ending or a bad ending? Only we will decide together by making choices. We'll make choices, and I'm gonna probably have to do voices. We'll see. Maybe it'll be a voiced game. Maybe I'll be lucky. He has a small hand. Oh, his ears are really weirdly high up. I don't know how to show you. I can't show you this. I don't want to show you my Steam. Actually, you know what? Fuck it. Wait, why is Steam not a window I can open? See, it seems Steam doesn't want to be a thing. It's just a black screen. How odd. Okay, yeah, you can see it now. Okay, so apparently I played 15 hours of this game, but I don't remember it in any way whatsoever. But look at his, like, little tiny hand. His, like, little tiny hand, and his, like, his ear is, like, way too high. I apparently played this, but I don't remember it, so. We can look throughout my entire, all of my games. So many games that we're not playing. Though I am kind of tempted to do, one, Killer's Dead. This game's hilarious. This game's amazing. And then also, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, L, M, N, No More Heroes. Yeah, Killer's Dead is fucking amazing. And then also I got all the No More Heroes games. And I've never played 3. I played 1 and 2, but I've never played 3. Yeah. There was some sort of sale, and I just bought them all. I just did it. I just was like, I have no impulse control. Let's play it. Alright. Oh, yeah, I have that game. I got it on, like, a... Oh, this specified window is apparently not a game. Okay. Oh, no, I didn't mean to cancel the anime. Can I have the anime play? Can I have the I'm closing the game. We're opening the game again. see it. Oto Mage presents. Something tells me we're gonna have no memory problems whatsoever. Oh, they're gonna be the different suits of cards, okay. Reverberation. Oh, that's what the song's called. Okay, so there's 4 boys. All right. Oh, it voiced.
もしもし、生きてる？やばい、人類殺したなんてバレたら僕死刑になるかもしれない。あ、目開けた。気分はどう？どこか痛んだりしない？僕のことわかる？
I cannot see you.
ああ、よかった。生きてた。本当にびっくりしたよ。殺しちゃったんじゃないかと思った。僕は決して怪しいものじゃないよ。君を鈍器で殴ったんでもないし、崖から突き落としたんでもないし、自動車で引いたわけでもないから。
Those are all oddly specific.
それじゃあ僕が一体何者なのかっていうと、まあひょんなきっかけで君の精神に入り込んじゃったってだけの精霊なんだよね。
Just a spirit who happened to lodge himself into your consciousness. That's not weird.
こいつ一体何なのとか、この状況は何事なのとかツッコミ入れてくれるとありがたいんだけど。ねえ君、本当に大丈夫？僕のこと見えてる？
I see. Oh, this must be things I took already. Oh, I guess we can't get a brand new thing. I see a big bug thing.
虫？それってほら、蝶とかトンボとかそういう綺麗な虫のことだよね。いやー、この触覚っぽいおしゃれのセンスを理解してもらえて嬉しいな。
Is that a pun? Is that supposed to be a pun? Welcome back.
とりあえず僕のことは認識できてるようで何よりだよ。それにしても君、落ち着いてるね。も もし君が目覚めたら、キャー、ここはどこ？あなたは誰？
Oh, actually, though, but what? Where am I and who are you?
ってなことになると思ったんだけど、まさか記憶だけじゃなくて人格まで飛んじゃったのかな。大変だ。とりあえず最初から説明するね。僕はオリオン、とある別世界から来た精霊さ。
Okay.
で、ちょっとした用があって人類の世界に向かってるところだったんだけど、その途中で君の精神と衝突してね。僕にもよくわからないんだけど、何かの加減で
This is just how this game is starting. This is how Otome games are wild. The game is just starting with a fairy from another universe collided with your brain, and now you don't remember anything, and also you're stuck in a void.
そして君はその衝撃で意識を失ってたみたいだね。で、言いづらいんだけどさ、実はその時ついでに君の記憶も飛んじゃったみたいなんだよ。いやー、参ったね。ごめん、ここどんどん突っ込んで。今君の常識にないはずのことをいっぱい言ったはずだから、お願いスルーしないで。
Oh, I wanted to be able to hit him with just dots and not say anything. I don't know where to start.
いやー、そうだよね。ほんとおっしゃる通り。僕の不注意で本当にごめん。君の記憶を戻すためなら何でも協力するよ。っていうか、そうしないと多分僕君の中から出られないんだよね。はっきりとはわかんないんだけど、多分僕は君の消えてしまった
Okay, so
記
if I
憶の部分
played
に
this game
閉じ込められ
before,
てるんだと思う。
I'm gonna be honest, and the green options are the options that are the good options, or the options that I've taken before. I most likely looked up a guide to get all the best endings. So try and ignore which option is green when we make choices. Because I get anxiety when I play these games by myself. And I want to get the best options. And I want to get the best endings. I know that I probably did that.
だから君の記憶が戻れば今度は僕の方が押し出されると思うんだよね。もしかしたら他にも方法があるのかもしれないけど、今はそれ以外方法が思いつかないんだ。記憶喪失にさせちゃったことは本当に申し訳ないと思ってる。だから一緒に記憶を元に戻そう。
Are you serious?
ごめん、そうだよね。だけど現実に君の記憶は消えてしまっている状態なんだ。僕のせいで本当に悪いとは思ってるけど、今は仕方ないと思って協力してくれないかな。
Oh, apparently that's not what this means, because I must have picked something here. I'm gonna hit him with dots.
たまらないで。すみません、本当に頑張るから。とにかくそういうことで、これから僕と君は協力して君の記憶を取り戻さなきゃいけないんだ。僕にできることなら何でもするって言いたいんだけど、実はいろいろと制約があってね。僕は人類に干渉できないんだ。君に触れることもできないし、
Can't interfere with the human world, can't touch you, and can't touch...
そもそも君以外の人間には
And
僕
people
の
won't be able to
姿
see
は
or
全く
hear
見
you.
えないし、声だって聞こえない。
So literally you're
だから
useless.
聞き込みすることも君の代わりに働くこともできない。さらに言えば君から10メートル以上離れることもできない。何でもするって言ったけど、結局君を応援するくらいしか
At
でき
least
そう
you're
も
aware of
な
the
い
fact that
ん
you're
だ。
useless.
いや、それでもね、誰もいないよりはマシだと思うんだよ。僕だけは何があっても絶対君の味方だから。犯人はオリオンだったりしないことは保証する。
Oh god, the culprit's gonna be Orion all along. You are still useless.
うわ、いた。今の言葉刺さった。本当に刺さったよ。胸のこの辺にぐさって。で、あのさ、 前くらいはなんとなく思い出せないかな。
No, her name is not Fiona. What's our name? What's our name? Oh, it's okay if you have to go. Are we just gonna go jank? Should we just go jank? We're not going crack horse 69. We're not going crack horse 69. We could go. Does that even fit? Oh, we could literally fit Krakor. We're not doing that. Look at her picture. She's got like a giant flower and a giant flower. Oh my god, she's got a lot of matching. I think she really likes this flower. She's got a backstrap of this flower, flower buttons, a giant weird flower thing. Oh, Zyra. We could go Zyra. A flower like headband and a flower on her hat. It's kind of crazy how many of this one flower she has. It just kind of popped in my head.
そっか。でも君が名前を聞かれてそれを思い出したってことは、それが正解なんだと思うよ。大丈夫。一歩前進だよ。よし、それじゃあここにいても仕方ないし、とにかく君の世界に戻ろう。ここはどこなのかって？
What is this place? This place?
難しいんだけど、パラレルの中間。そういう表現が一番近いと思う。
This place in between dimensions.
この世にはあらゆる可能性がある。そしてその可能性の数だけ平行世界が存在する。
Parallel worlds?
例えばある世界の君は学校に通っているかもしれないし、別の世界では働いてるかもしれない。ここは並行して存在するいくつもの世界のどの世界にもつながっていない。
Are all the roots going to be parallel worlds?
平たく言えば君は今世界の隙間に宙ぶらりんの状態でいるんだ。でも僕には君がどこの世界から来たのかわからない。あ、でもどの世界も君のいた世界であることに変わりはないよ。平行世界に正解不正解は存在しないからね。
There is a right or wrong. There is a parallel world that I was in. This me. There is a parallel world that this me was in.
だから君が本来いた世界へ戻って記憶を取り戻そう。
I can pick a wrong one.
友達に話を聞くとか、携帯の履歴を見るとか、記憶を取り戻す方法はいろいろあるよ。あ、でもちょっと待って。相談する相手だけは十分気をつけて。人類は凶悪で残酷な生き物だからね。よほど信頼できる人以外には記憶喪失なんて言わない方がいい。
Okay.
ありもしない記憶を植え付けられるかもしれないからね。
Can they do that?
俺はお前に100万円貸してるんだからちゃんと返せよなとか、そういうことを言われても本当かどうか判断できないでしょ。最低なダメ男を彼氏だって紹介されて本物の彼氏を奪われるかもしれないし。
Is that gonna happen? Is somebody gonna introduce themselves as my boyfriend and then not actually be my boyfriend the whole time?
無職だって言われて信じてるうちにバイトをクビになったりとか、はたまた縁もゆかりもないやつが親友を名乗ってマルチ商法に誘い込んできたり、
join a pyramid
最
scheme.
終的には落ちるところまで落ちて気がつけば外国行きの船で輸出されてるかもしれない。
Orian's a bit of a doomer.
ね、そんなことになったら困るでしょ。
Can I just call the police?
うん、なるほどね。だけど警察は君のことを知ってるわけじゃないよね。そうしたら君はどうなるかな。 順当に考えれば記憶がありませんなんて言ったら強制的に病院行きじゃない？
Shouldn't I be in a hospital?
記憶が戻るまで保護って名目で病院とか家とかに軟禁状態になるんだろうね。
Isn't that good?
多少は外に出るにしても基本閉じこもることになるでしょ。
Shouldn't if I have amnesia be in a hospital?
普通はそれでいいんだろうけど、君の場合はそれじゃ困るの。
Okay, it's not okay for me.
君の記憶は脳や精神のトラブルでなくなったわけじゃないよね。僕っていう存在によって押し出されてしまったものなんだ。だから病院や家で保護されても君の記憶が戻るわけじゃないし、むしろ刺激がなければ悪化する。
Okay, this is a little contrived, but I'll roll with it.
病室で誰とも会わずにぼーっと過ごしてたらいずれひどいことになるよ。それこそ水の飲み方とか呼吸の仕方とかすら忘れてくか
Oh,
も
I'm
し
gonna
れ
get
ない。
rabies.
そんな恐怖のバッドエンドを回避する明日のためのその1、情報収集。
Gather information.
できるだけ積極的に人と会って元々の自分がどういう人物だったか探るんだ。自分が何者で家族は誰でどんな交友関係があって何をしていたか、そうやって情報を増やして記憶の外堀を埋めていくんだよ。
Increase your knowledge and fill up the outer part. This seems
そ
like
うすれば
this is such a contrived idea for a fucking Otome game.
そうして
But
い
you
く
know
うち
what?
に
Whatever.
今度は僕が押し出されて君から分離できるはずなんだ。今の状態じゃすごくリスキーだけど、それが一番確実な方法だと思う。ごめん、不安にさせる話ばっかりしちゃったね。でもまあ、まずは家族に相談すればいいんじゃないかな。精霊が精神に住み着いたって言って信じてくれるとは限らないけど、最低限君の情報は教えてくれるよ。後のことはそれから考えるとしよう。さあ、それじゃあ君の住む現実の世界へ戻ろう。やり方は簡単だよ。目を閉じて思
Close your
い
eyes
浮
and
かべるん
think.
だ。記憶を失った君が何かを思い浮かべることができたなら、それが君の望む世界だよ。ただ、その世界は複数あると思うから、君がこれだと思う世界を選択して。
Oh, next. Okay. Joker, I feel like, is probably something I unlocked. I think there's only supposed to be the 4. So, which is your favorite suit of cards? What's your favorite suit of cards? Heart, spade, clover, or diamond? Actually, feel free to think on it. A spade? Alright, we can do spade. I need to go to the bathroom, but that's fine. We'll do spade. Alright, so remember, try to ignore the green decisions and just, unless of course you want to see whatever the best ending is. Because the green ones are probably going to be the best ending, unless there's more than one. I might have found out the bad endings too, I don't know. Though I'm usually like a little bitch and I just get the good endings and move on. Oh, it's got like a little
目が覚め
green
た？
filter on it.
気分はどう？どこか痛くない？僕のことわかる？よかった。パラレルの中間で話したことはちゃんと覚えてるみたいだね。うん、気分も悪くなさそうだ。まずは一安心だね。はい、おふざけはここまで。一応改めて言うけど、
Yeah, your
僕
name's
の名
Orion.
前はオリオン。もちろんちゃんと覚えてるよね。これから君の相棒になる精霊だから、くれぐれもよろしくね。さて、それじゃあまずは家族に相談してみようって話だったね。家族から君の情報を聞けば記憶なんてすぐ戻るよ。
Sounds like a good call.
ただ、問題はね、君一人暮らしみたいなんだよね。
Oh dear.
いや、君が寝てる間に家の中を見て回ったんだよ。君んちワンルームマンションみたいだね。
Oh, a studio apartment. We must be rich.
日当たりよし、収納多し、風呂トイレ別、室内洗濯機か、築年数も割と浅め。モニター付きインターホン完備、解錠ボタンがついてるとこを見ると
We must be super
オート
rich.
ランプのマンションなのかな。
We have a studio apartment in like a nice building.
セキュリティも万全ってわけだね。君って見たところ高校生か大学生くらいだと思うんだけど、
We gotta be in college. Just know we were a high school student.
問題は相談できる家族がこの場にいないってことなんだよ。単に一人暮らししてるだけなのか、天涯孤独の身の上なのかはわからないけど。
Oh, wow. Just because we live alone doesn't mean that we're all alone in this world. Holy shit, way to jump to conclusions, man.
ねえ、君自身はこの部屋を見てみてどう？何か思い出さない？
I can't remember anything.
そっか。まあ、そう都合よくはいかないよね。一人でパジャマ着て寝てたんだし、君の部屋だってことはほぼ確実だと思うんだ
Did
けど
you
ね。
watch me sleep? You watched me sleep, didn't you?
とりあえず、君も部屋の中を見てみてよ。引き出しの中とかさ。
Pally, I think this little
僕
creepo watched me
人類
sleep.
のものには触れられないから、そのあたりはノーチェックなんだよね。僕が見て分かったのは、君が一人暮らしだってことと、今が8月らしいってことくらいかな。ほら、カレンダーが8月になってるでしょ。その割には快適な温度だけど。ということで、まずは自由に探してみてよ。
Let's check the hat stand.
随分と季節感を無視した帽子がかけてあるんだけど。
Yeah, I like
8
hats.
月なんだから、もうちょっと涼しげな帽子でもいいと思うよ、僕は。
I like winter hats. Fuck off. What's on my bookshelf?
アルバムらしいものはないか。写真があれば有力な記憶のトリガーになりそうなのにな。他に置いてあるのは難しそうな本ばっかりだね。基礎心理学。
Oh, I'm a psychology student?
君って心理学の勉強をしてたのかな。筆記用具に便箋。
This art, this specific cut art is just like, why are you side-eyeing me like that?
ああ、君がどういう人なのかがわかるようなものは全然入ってないや。
Also, how does your hair do that?
君エアコンつけっぱなしで寝てたんだね。それでこんなに快適な温度なんだ。納得納得。
Weird. Oh, search the trash can.
お菓子の空箱が捨ててあるくらいだね。
On top of the desk.
学校のレポートでもやってたのかな。あ、手帳らしいものがあるね。これは後でよくチェックしないと。
Yeah, I'm a foodie. Oh, along the double doors.
雑貨入れだね。特に見るべきものはないかな。奥に何かある。なんだろうこれ。ってただの少女漫画じゃない。こんなのいちいち隠さないでよ。
What's a girly comic book? It's not porn. It can't be. It's not a porn book. It's just a girly comic book. What does that mean? What's a girly comic book? I'm gonna search my bed.
さっきまで君が寝てたベッドだね。ついさっきまで寝てたはずなのに、こんなに
And then they just say it's a yaoi book, right? They would say guys kissing. They would say call it a girly book.
ベッドメイクしてたよね。あ、学生証があった。
My school ID!
よーし、これだけでずいぶんいろんなことがわかるぞ。
Is my name actually Zyra?
やっぱり君の名前は君が自分で思い出した通りの
Hell
名前
yes.
だったみたいだね。
I'm a plant woman.
それから君は大学生み
Wait,
た
okay.
いだ。
Psychology major. That
1年生。
that made sense.
学校の住所も書いてある。
So I could have just checked the bag.
そうだね。でも待てよ。今は8月なんだよね。それだと大学は夏休みじゃない？精霊なのに大学の夏休み期間なんてよく知ってるなって？
Do you not? Why would you know that? Are you surprised by yourself knowing that?
僕こう見えても人類の常識には結構詳しいんだ。
Stop pointing your weirdly long finger around me.
あれってことはラッキー、これで今月中は猶予ができたね。大学が始まって雑多な人類の思惑や欲望にさらされる前に記憶を取り戻せるかも。
I'd like that this guy immediately assumes everybody's gonna take advantage of me.
たくさんの人に会えば会うほど記憶を取り戻す可能性は高まるけど、騙される可能性も高くなるからね。
I'm just an amnesiac girl
夏休み
who's
中で
probably
自由な時
tiny.
間があるのはすごく運がいいよ。今月いっぱいを目標に頑張ろう。
I don't mind meeting other people.
まだそんなこと言ってるの？
What's that face? I don't like that face.
いい？そんな甘いこと言ってるとすぐ悪い人類に騙されちゃうんだからね。人類の 99% は自分の欲を満たすことしか考えてない貪欲な生き物なんだ
99%
よ。
of the human race thinks of nothing but satisfying their own greed. That's a fucking hot take.
人類の世界に降り
The
た
little
ことのあ
elf
る
boy.
先輩
This
から
elf
僕
boy's a
の
little
怖い話を
racist.
いっぱい聞いたんだ。だから君も絶対油断しないで。変な人に騙されちゃダメだよ。
Actually, I think he's a fae. Yeah, that's expected from the fae. I'm a faeist.
携帯発見。これだよこれ。最高の情報源。中身をチェックしてみよう。メールや通話の履歴を見れば何か思い出せるかもしれないよ。
Alright, let's look.
お母さんとか親友とか疑う余地なくはっきりきっぱり書いてないかな。は、早速情報発見。今日は8月1日みたいだね。ほら、ディスプレイに表示されてる。やったね。夏休み丸々1ヶ月余裕がある。
Okay, so we got a whole month. Is that gonna be the time of the game? Is the 1 month the summer break?
それじゃあアドレス帳を見てみようよ。家族っぽい人の番号がないか調べてみよう。それがダメならメールの履歴で仲の良さそうな人を探して。何？着信？まだ何にも調べてないのに。
Take it! Take the call! Ick you! Ick you! It gives me the ick.
ってちょっと待った。今通話ボタン押そうとした？あのね、しつこく言うけど、もし相手が仲の悪いやつだったら記憶喪失だってバレるわけにはいかないんだよ。例えば君に一方的に惚れてる相手がいて、君はめちゃくちゃ困っていたとする。でもその相手に自分は恋人だって言い切られて信じちゃう可能性もあるわけでしょね。そうならないためにも情報を吟味して慎重に行動しなきゃ。
I just want to take the call.
そうだった。電話鳴ってたんだっけ？まだ鳴ってる？
Just take the call!
なかなか根性のある発信者みたいだね。ついでにあと1分くらい待っててもらおう。とりあえずこの電話の発信者は一休さんって人
Just take the call!
けど、これってあだ名なの？
I don't know, man. You know what would solve this problem? About if it's a guy or a girl or any of this information, just take the call.
考えれば友達か大学の先輩ってとこかな。さん付けだし目上の人かも。ちょっとドキドキするけど試しに出てみる？何か情報ゲットできるかもだし。
あ、やっと出た。僕だけど今日君もバイト休みだよね。出られる？どっか行こうか。どこ行きたい？今日ならゆっくりできるよ。
待て待て待て。会話するのも微妙なのに2人でお出かけとかいきなり難易度高いって。
時間はたくさんあるからわがまま言ってくれていいよ。
わがままとかそういう問題じゃなく、せっかく勇気出して電話に出たんだから住所氏名所属知り合った経緯を語ってよ。
Hello, it is me, your friend that you have known for X amount of years, a co-worker. We work at blah blah blah. This is how I answer the phone.
自分でも無茶ぶりだって分かってるけど。参ったなこれ。とにかく話つないでみて。
What do you want to say? What should we say to this guy? I guess if we're trying to get information out of him, where would you like to go? But also it's like, oh? Shut up! Just pick what you would want to say. Fine, we'll just get the good ending.
君の行きたいところでいいよ。映画でも見に行く？それともうちに来る？あ、僕の家に上がるんならそれなりの覚悟をしてもらうけどね。
覚悟って何の覚悟？
冗談だよ。黙り込まないでよ。デートの行き先は本当にどこでもいいって。単に会いたいだけだから。
デートってことは君たちって恋人同士？待て、それは判断が早すぎるか？どうしよう、思い切って会ってみた方がいいかな。
Let's meet him!
もし彼氏なら強い味方になってくれる可能性は高いし、とりあえず記憶がないってことは隠したまま信用できそうかどうか様子を探ってみたらどうかな。まあ隠すって言っても普段どういう風に喋ってるかさえわかんないんだけどさ。なんとなくこいつって君より年上っぽい感じがするんだよね。勘だけど。
Why do you think he's older than you? Me. Why do you think he's older than me?
だとして君って年上には敬語で話すタイプだったのかな？
You're like overthinking this way too hard, man.
わかんないよね。そこでいきなりですがギャンブルタイム。敬語とタメ語好きな方にかけてファイナルアンサーだ。
Which one do I do? Yeah, I'll go, or yes, I'll go. Which one? I think I'm going with yeah. I'm gonna go casual.
びっくりした。何？黙り込んでると思ったら敬語を卒業する決意でも固めてたの。
Oh, it was about whether or not I spoke casually. It was about whether or not I spoke casually to him, or formally. Okay.
あ、選択ミスった？
まあ僕としてはもっと距離を縮めてくれても構わないんだけどね。じゃあ30分くらいで行くから支度しといて。
ああ、やっちゃった。いつもは敬語だったんだね。まあでもさ、おかげで普段は敬語で喋ってるって情報が得られたからオッケーオッケー。さて、とりあえず第一関門はクリアだ。そして第二関門は顔も知らない男とデートして情報を引き出すこと。っていうか、いきなりハードル高すぎだよね。何この無茶ぶり。でも行くって決めたからには難しく考えても仕方ないし、案ずるより有無が安しだよ。そうだ、デートに出かける前にメールの履歴をチェックしとこっか。さっきの一休さんと普
I
段
hate
どん
this
な
kid.
会話してるか確かめておかなきゃね。どうしてメール履歴が一件もないのかな。
Do we not text?
通話履歴はなし。 入ってるデータ、さっきの一休さんの電話番号だけだし。何が起こったらこんなことになるの？
How is he the only? This is weird. This is weird territory.
そっか、わかった。君さ、前の携帯を壊しちゃって買い替えたばかりなんじゃない？水没とか落っことして踏んだとか、それならこの状況もおかしくないよ。
We have one phone. We have one number on our phone, and it's just our maybe boyfriend's phone.
今手がかりになりそうなのは一休さんだけってことか。記憶がなくて家族がいなくて手元にあるデータは自分の名前と彼氏らしき人の電話番号だけって。もうこれ立派なホラーじゃない？いやサスペンスかな。はあ、とにかくすっごく厳しい状況だけど、なんとか糸口をつかむしかない。早く着替えてデートに行こう。まずは会ってみないと。
Oh yeah, I'm in my pajamas. I gotta get my hot outfit on. 30 minutes later.
あ、着替えてるうちになんだかんだ。
Looks like about 30 minutes went by. Why did you even have the 30 minutes later? If you was just gonna say it. Oh, 10 minutes later.
はあ、ドキドキするね。
Why are you blushing like that? 20 minutes later.
なかなか来ないな。
30 minutes later.
ちょっと待って、いくらなんでも遅すぎるでしょ。女の子をここまで待たせるってどういうこと？連絡の一つもないんだけど。待てよ、いつもは外で待ち合わせてるって可能性もあるか。もしかしたら待たせてるのはこっちだったりして、ちょっと下まで行ってみようか。何？この外の寒さって何事？今8月じゃないの？ 8 月って夏だよね。でもこれって秋くらいの気温じゃない？涼しすぎるよ。半袖とか無理だから。とにかくこれじゃ風邪ひくよ。もうちょっとあったかい格好に着替えてから出かけよう。
What are we gonna have this guy? Are we gonna stand up this guy for like a fucking hour?
家の周りはこんな感じなんだ。閑静な住宅街って感じだね。なんだろう、向こうに人だかりができてる。大道芸でもやってるのかな。
Oh, is it this guy's route? Okay, it's this guy. Oh, he's the spade.
いや、イッキー、そんなこと言わないで。もうちょっといてよ。あんな地味な彼女なんかほっといていいじゃないの。
And now that I'm playing this game, I'm starting to remember what the routes are. I was hoping we got somebody specific. Oh, we got this guy who's also good. This is actually the first guy that I played, if I remember correctly.
そんなこと言わないでよ。じゃあイッキー、今日じゃなかったら私たちとも遊んでくれる？
もちろんいいよ。うまく時間があったらね。
うざ。なんだろう、あのうさんくさい男。それに何あの服。何かのコスプレ？
Is he doing cosplay?
わかった。あれはきっとアイドルに違いない。
He's an idol.
あ、でも自称芸能オタクの僕だけど、イッキーなんて名前
I'm
は
kind of
聞
an
いたこと。
entertainment fanboy myself, but I've never heard of the name Icky.
イッキー？わかった。イッキーって一休さんの略なんじゃない？
Can I take my headset off? EQ must be an abbreviation of the name EQ. Oh, thanks. Kid. Way to math it out.
ってことは、あいつが一休さん？
Yes, he's the guy for my phone. Also, because he's a hot boy that's been
じゃあ
drawn.
そろそろ
He's
行くから
obviously this
彼女
Ruth's
はいくらで
boy.
も待ってくれるだろうけど、さすがにこのままじゃ日が暮れるよ。
本当に今度遊んでね。
That girl is hanging off of him. Bitch! Stop touching my man!
絶対よ。
はいはい、わかりました。
もう彼女なんてさっさと別れちゃえばいいのに。あれは違うよね。うん、多分違う。きっと違う。関係ないから部屋に戻ろうか。で、一休さんの番号に電話でもかけてみよう。今現在本物の一休さんは電車がハイジャックされて動けないんだ状態かもしれないし、とにかくちゃんと本物の一休さんに連絡取らないとね。ふう、静かになったね。外の騒ぎは全然聞こえないや。しかしさっきのやつとんでもない男だね。あんな絵に描いたようなモテ男って少女漫画や乙女ゲームの中だけの存在かと思ってたよ。
I need a strong beer. Bear. A strong. Don't poke the bear.
もしあいつが彼氏だとしたら記憶喪失になっただなんてとても相談できないや。記憶喪失だなんて打ち明けた途端即お持ち帰りされちゃいそうだよ。でもって適当な嘘を吹き込まれてここでは言えないあんなことやこんなことを
He'd
され
fill
ち
you
ゃ
with,
うん
he'd
だ。
fill you with lies.
でも万が一あれが彼氏だったらどうする？あ、いい機会だしこの際別れちゃ
Why
う
would I
の
break
ど
up
うだろう？
with him? Just because he's got a bunch of women hanging off of him?
それともやっぱり一応付き合ってみる？
Oh, they're both green. They're both green. What would you do? If you went downstairs and that was your boyfriend, what would you do? Amy was hot, so I would try dating him anyway. But you would? You would date?
本当に？君がそう言うならいいけど。この音って玄関のチャイムかな？あ、やっぱりそうみたいだ。ほら、インターホンのモニターに映像が出てるよ。
僕だけど、ごめん、ちょっと出るときに揉めてね。下にいるから降りてきて。
やっぱりあいつが一休さんなんだ。でも何がちょっと出るときに揉めてえだよ。全部見てたっての。記憶をなくす前の君はなんであんな男と付き合ってたんだろう。
He seems...
しょうがない。とりあえず今は
We've seen about like 10 seconds of him. We don't know what he's like as a person yet.
あ、ここ。ずいぶん待たせて悪かったね。この辺なら大丈夫だろうと思って、うっかりサングラスを外したら騒ぎになってさ。
Oh my god! His sunglasses! I remember now. He is an X-Man.
ま、さすがにもう散ったよ。行こうか。
30分以上待たせて、しかもその間他の女の子とベタベタしてて、その程度の謝り方？僕が人類に触れたら後ろから超卑怯な超必殺技をかましてやるのに。
Whatever, we're gonna go on a date.
この様子だとこいつが君の彼氏なのは間違いなさそうだね。問題はどうして彼女持ちの男があんなに女の子に囲まれてたかってことだけど。
Are you the one dating him, Orion? Because you're the one who sounds like the insecure, jealous girlfriend right now.
よし、ここは真正面からビシッと異議を唱えてやったら？
行くよ。何？もしかして怒ってるの
？Who were those girls, or you should have ignored those other girls? I'm gonna be honest, there's a part of my heart, there's like a large part of my heart that immediately wants to look up a guide on how I get the best ending. Like right now, already. We're like 2 decisions into this run. I'm such a sucker. I just want to get the good end. But it's okay. It's okay. We'll have our own route. We'll have our own route. We'll get to our own ending. Just who are those girls? A little understanding? Without, this seems like aggressive. We don't want to be aggressive. I feel like I don't want to be a jealous bitch. Just like, who are those girls? Or maybe I need to be a jealous bitch in order to get the good ending. This is too hard. Maybe I can't stream Atomic games with choices. He really should have ignored those other girls. I guess.
何もしかしてやきもち
Maybe a little.
へえ珍しいこともあるもんだね悪い気分じゃないなでもあんまり強く言うのも彼女たちに悪いじゃない向こうにも悪気はないんだからさ
あれって悪気ないの？別れちゃえばいいのにって言ってたよ。
じゃあこうしようか待たせたお詫びに君のお願いを何でも聞くよ何でもいいよ欲しいものがあればもちろんそれでもいいし僕としてはもっと色っぽいお願いだと嬉しい
Ooh, scandalous.
まあ君に限ってそんなことは言わないかなねえどうもっと僕の目を見て僕に何をしてほしいどんなお願いでも聞いてあげるよねえこれだけ近くで見つめても何とも思わないの
I don't know. What should I think? You're a little too close? Can I just say I really like the X's and O's? The X's and O's UI, so you're absolutely no. Like, that's the one you're clicking on. You're saying a little close can't be right, but should I just look it up? 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 Should we just get the best ending? Should we just get the best ending? And then maybe go back for the bad endings? But then are we even playing a game if I just know what the choices are and we just pick the choices? At that point, why don't we just play Seiya no Uda? Do you want to play Seiya no Uda? Have you ever seen Seiya no Uda? No, that's not a rom-com. Okay. You know what? I think you're a little too close. I think we're gonna go play Seiya no Uda. That's gonna be a download. We're skipping. I don't know how to leave this. Oh, Song of Seiya, sorry. Seiya no Uda is the Japanese name. You know what? I'm gonna leave the title on Kick I'm gonna leave the title, which is me trying to get dates. I told you this is what this was gonna be. It's gonna be us just playing a bunch of different games. Sayonara. Yeah, okay. Now this is a visual novel. Sayonara. This is gonna require a lot of me reading. Because I don't think this one's voiced. But this game is a fucking ride. Actually, maybe I'll move it. I guess so that I'm not cutting anything off. The wriggling mass of flesh burbles. Three such creatures surround the table, slurping filthily sludge from their cups as they trade wines, growls, and sounds that I cannot describe. By listening carefully, I am able to grasp the gist of their conversation and respond when it's required of me. This is necessary to avoid arousing their suspicion. However these creatures look, they are my friends, apparently. I wish that I could still deny it, but I gave up on that a long time ago. Night after night, I went to sleep praying for an end to this nightmare, only to wake each morning to the same twisted hellscape as the day before. I know now that I have to blend in, that I have to act like one of them. Such has been my life these past 3 months, and so it will remain until the day I die. Judging by its tone, this one must be Koji, and the one next to him, squealing more than the others, is probably Omi. Which means that the one next to me is Yo. Though I can no longer see any trace of her once attractive features, I'll try my best to ignore the rotten stench of excrement that issues from her quivering flesh. Might be like body war, maybe. Everything has changed. Or almost everything. By some cold trick of blueprints of my life and rebuilt it out of blood and gore. These monsters and I were part of the same college club. We studied together, ate together, we even went skiing together every winter break. Now these are the painful memories of days that will never return. If only no one recognized me, I might have been able to disconnect myself from the world. It would have been comforting, in comparison, to believe that I had been abducted by aliens, that I had stumbled through a gateway to hell. But no. This is beyond a doubt the city where I was born and raised, the society that I was part of for 20 years, save that I, and I alone, can no longer see it that way. The world as I knew it is gone, and that's my place to call home. I'm not supposed to do that. Anyway, I can tell from whatever that they're discussing is of no importance to me. I decided to keep quiet while pretending to listen. But then, just then, one of the fleshy beasts says as it swivels its bloodshot eyes towards me, "What do you think?" I tried desperately to suppress my loathing and behave normally, but my hoarse voice ruined the attempt. Should I save these bits? We're talking about your ski trip. You're coming too, right? I'm not gonna actually say it. A slimy hole near the top of the creature writhes nauseatingly as it vomits some semblance of words. That must be Paige's face, or what I would have seen as such 3 months ago, unable to stomach the sight of it. I avert my eyes and give a neutral response.
Yeah, it's
These are my closest companions. One of them will even wish more. How many nights have I spent crying in loneliness, lamenting the friends who no longer exist? In 3 months, my tears ran dry, and now there's only loathing left in me. Surrounded by hideous creatures, I can only assume like Koji, Omi, and Yo. I spend each day trying to act as I always have. If I feel like this, I'll surely end up back in the hospital. Only this time, I'll be locked away forever. No matter what, I won't let that happen. I mean, it's not like physical activity could affect your injuries, right?
どうだろうな。今日の診療で先生に聞いてみる。
I won't keep doing that. It's kind of fun though. That's it. I can't live with that dingo screeching any longer. I jump to my feet, desperate to escape. A spray of stringy slime from the cilia around its voice box flies at me. I try to confront myself, but too late to keep the slime from splattering across my face like the yolk of a rotten egg. I'm about to lose it. I want to grab a chair, a desk, anything within reach, and use it to smash the life out of this creature, anything at all. I barely suppress the impulse. I mustn't let on that something is wrong. However, they look at me. This is their world, and the outside is here.
だから今日も診療なんだ。もう時間だから。
Struggling to put a smile, I reach into my wallet, pull out the first bill I find, and put it on the table without even looking at it. I don't care about the change. I just need to get out of here. Now.
それじゃあ。
I mutter hastily and flee the cafeteria. I'm not crazy.
ねえねえ、今度のスキーだけどさ、今年はどっかスケートも遊べるところにしない？
Says Takahara Omi. Tsukuba Yo frowns at the suggestion.
スケート？わざわざスキー場にまで行ってスケート？
勘弁してやってくれよ、つくば。こいつ今そっちにハマってんだ。
Tanakoji supports Omi with a laugh. Her impromptu suggestions are nothing new, and it's Koji's role as her boyfriend, the revived backup. They're a good match for each other, Yo thinks. Sometimes it makes her jealous.
なんせオウミってさ、この前この年になって初めてスケートやったんだ。
何よ、スケートしたことなかったのがそんなに不思議
？20歳になって初体験ってのは興味そうそういないんじゃないかな。
子供の頃はなんとなく怖かったのよ。あの靴、なんだか刃物みたいでさ。でも、
Her
い
boobs
き
are
なりやって
crazy lopsided.
滑れたの？
Her-
おみちゃん、すごくない？
容量はスキーとそう変わるもんじゃないからな。重心を前に出して靴の前のヘリでコントロールする感覚とか。
コウジにそう言われたもんだからさ、騙されたと思ってやってみたわけよ。そうしたらもう楽しくって。
So it was a date. Yo feels a stab of envy. Koji and Omi enjoy their time together as normal lovers do. That's certainly not something that should make her jealous. It's just that her luck in love has been bad.
私も見てみたいな。オウミちゃんがスケートやるところ。
Yo keeps her voice upbeat, trying to cover up her disquiet. She knows that it's wrong to envy her friends. She too would be spending time with the man she admires if not for the terrible tragedy that befell him. His is true misfortune. Her bad luck doesn't begin to compare.
だからさ、ね、
Not a
今度の
bra
ス
in
キ
this
ー旅行
world.
ついでにスケート旅行にしちゃえば2倍美味しく楽しいってわけよ。でもさ、スケートはスケートリンクに行けばできるじゃない。わざわざスキー場に行ってまでやる？だから屋内じゃなくてさ、屋外スケート、凍った湖とかで滑れるところ。そんな都合のいいとこあるかな。なんだかすっごく混んでそう。
While speaking, Yo sneaks a sideways glance at the young man sitting next to her. Although the conversation has involved only 3 people so far, there are in fact 2 couples at the cafeteria table. Yo's boyfriend, though there is still some doubt over whether he could be called that, is beside her, as silent and expressionless as a statue.
なあ、文則。お前はどう思う？
Perhaps Koji sensed Yo's pain in his usual quiet and considerate way.
どうって。
The cause of Yo's distress, Sakisaka Fuminori, responds to Koji's sudden query with a vague, mumbled question of his own.
いや、だからさ、今年の冬のスキーだよ。お前も行くよな。
So this is what's really happening. Fuminori just has an unfortunate condition. Koji speaks gingerly, as though probing its humor. A few months ago, he would not have hesitated to rebuke Fuminori for his attitude. Their long acquaintance had forged a strong and honest friendship, but now...
わからない。
Fuminori responds bluntly, his downcast eyes and sullen demeanor making it clear that he has no desire to break his silence.
何か他の予定でもあるのか？
いや、別に。
Even Koji, Fuminori's best friend, cannot communicate him with as before. What hope does Yo have of breaking this shell? The scars left by the events of that late summer day are still deep all these months later. Each one of the 4 bears them, not only Fuminori.
なあ、別に運動するのが傷に触るとかそういうわけでもないんだろ？
どうだろうな。今日の診療で先生に聞いてみる。
As though that answer drained the last of his patience, Fuminori bolts out of his chair.
おい、文則。
Even Koji can't keep his voice from rising as he tries to stop Fuminori from leaving. Fuminori reacts swiftly, throwing his hand over his face as though to shield himself from something terrifying. Maybe some spit flew inadvertently from Koji's mouth, but That happens sometimes. Fuminori's reaction is beyond the pale.
だから今日も診療なんだ。もう時間だから。
Fuminori snaps, making no attempt to relieve the discomfort of his friends. Even as he tosses money on the table to pay for his coffee, he acts like he's touching something filthy.
それじゃあ。
Fuminori stalks out of the cafeteria, almost as if he's running away. Cloaked in heavy silence, the remaining three lower their gaze to the table where the abandoned 10,000 yen bill sways forlornly. Fuminori's coffee is untouched.
やってられないわね。もう。
Omi says with a sigh, but Koji shakes his head reproachfully.
文則にはもう少し時間が必要なんだと思う。
だってもう3ヶ月よ。なんなのよあれ。付き合ってるこっちが変になりそうよ。
俺だってわからない。わかるはずもないと思う。お前だって想像つくか？あんなひどい形で家族全員を奪われて
Lost his whole
平気で
family.
いられるわけないよ。
It could have happened to anyone. A tractor trailer flipped over on the highway, crushing the Sakisaka family car into twisted scrap. They said it had been difficult to tell the bodies of Fuminori's parents apart. For a while, it looked as if there's no hope for Fuminori either. It was nothing short of a miracle that he was able to leave the hospital and return to a normal life.
見舞いに行った時なんてもっとひどかったじゃないか。誰が誰かも分からずに怯えて暴れてベッドに縛り付けられて、今はよくあそこまで立ち直ってくれたと思う。
Just fucking flipped, man. Crushed their car.
それにしたって変よ、咲坂くん。私たちのこと見る目つき、あれ何なの？まるでこっちが人間じゃないみたい。
よせ、オミ。
Koji says forcefully, probably less out of empathy for his friend than out of consideration for Yo. While Koji's kindness makes her happy, Yo also knows that she mustn't take advantage of it. Fuminori is the victim, just as Koji said. He's the one who most deserves sympathy. Yo's feelings for Fuminori are her problem, and no one else's. She doesn't blame Fuminori for not giving her an answer after she worked up the courage to ask him out. In fact, she thinks even more fondly of him for taking the time to consider than she would have had. Okay. In fact, she thinks even more fondly of him for taking the time to consider than she would have had if he treated their relationship casually. There needed to be another comma there. Apparently, the fact that Fuminori did not reject her was enough to make them a couple in Koji and Omi's eyes. They've had plenty of fun at Yo and Fuminori's expense since. The truth of it, though, is that he still hasn't given her an answer. After revealing her feelings to him, Yo didn't see Fuminori again until a week later, and then she could only stare at his broken body through the window of the ICU. And when he was finally released after 50 days that seemed like an eternity, it was somehow different. She's starting to doubt that he even remembers what she confessed to him before the accident. Now winter is coming, and her feelings hang forgotten in the cold, lonely air. Winter is coming. Dr. Tanbo Ryoko has never had a more troublesome patient.
その後の経過はどうですか、咲坂さん。
いいえ、別段。これといって問題もなく。
His voice is hard and flat, his words tossed carelessly into the air. It's like he's speaking to himself in an empty room. Ryoko is a surgeon, not a psychiatrist. But even she can sense the thickness of the wall he's erected between himself and the world.
吐き気やめまい、幻聴や幻覚といった体験は？
いえ、何も。
While Sakisaka appears to be looking at Ryoko, his gaze is actually aimed at a fraction down to the side. He's only superficially engaged in the conversation, while in truth, it does not interest him in the slightest. Perfect. Rejection. Yeah, she can sense his thickness. Realizing that she can't interview him like this, Ryoko sighs and set her charts aside.
咲坂さん、あなたが当院で受けた処置は脳神経医学の分野では世界的に最先端の治療でした。そのことはご存知ですよね。
Treatment of subdural hematoma through the use of micromachines, a procedure available in Japan exclusively here at T University, had been the only way to save Sakisaka Fuminori from a cerebral contusion that should have been fatal.
最先端であるということは、まだまだデータの出揃っていない危険性の伴う治療法だったという意味でもあります。
そうでしょうね。
Sakisaka Fuminori's lips twist slightly in what might be a bitter or mocking smile, but it's gone before Ryoko can discern its meaning.
普通こんなことを言って脅かすのは医者として問題なんですが。
I love Sayonara.
施術後に重大な脳障害をきたしたケースも報告されているんです。予後の経過には十分に注意しなければなりません。
I'm assuming you've seen Madoka. This was written years prior by the same guy. But, it's hard body horror. It's hard body horror. This is why no one trusted Magical Madoka for being a happy magical girl show. Because it was written by this guy, whose name I can't remember. Hence these weekly checkups, if only he would take them a little more seriously.
先週の MRI はどうでした？
Sakisaka asks abruptly, as if to catch Ryoko off guard. MRI, magnetic resonance imaging. It's a way for doctors to examine the brain in detail without opening the patient's skull. Surprised by Sakisaka's uncommon technical knowledge, Ryoko recalls his profile.
そういえばあなたも医者の卵だったわね。
先生が心配しているような脳機能不全は画像診断だけでも十分にわかるはずですよね。
いいえ。
There was nothing. Not the slightest hint of abnormal activity. For a procedure with such a low rate of success, the results have been nothing short of miraculous. However, something still bothers Ryoko. She can't shake the feeling that he's hiding something beneath his guarded exterior. Some terrible weight on his soul, perhaps. But if an inorganic problem, then there's nothing she can do as long as he refuses to explain it.
大丈夫ですよ、先生。現に僕は今こうして病院の外でも何不自由なく生活しています。問題なんてないでしょ
う。ねえ、咲坂さん。こういった難しい手術は予後不断が原則なんです。
そうですよね。僕だって先生方を信用したい。
ええ、もちろん。
Ryoko answers, smiling to cover up her irritation. Sakisaka asked exactly the same question during last week's visit.
じゃあ、先週の話の続きなんですが、先生、あれから大貝教授については何か分かりましたか？
Unable to answer, Ryoko hardens the mask of her smile. As before, the patient is inquiring about someone whom he has no business knowing.
大貝教授のことは、あなたの治療とは何の関係もないでしょ？
信頼しろと言った矢先にいきなり隠し事ですか？
Ryoko is used to patients treating her with hostility. Some degree of paranoia is natural when dealing with a person whose mistakes could kill you. In Sakisaka, however, she doesn't see the anxiety that other patients exhibit. His demeanor is perfectly calm, almost like a detective questioning a subject.
何分だいぶ前にここを辞められた方ですからね。私個人としても交流があったわけではないし。
辞めた理由はご存知ない？
ええ、おそらく個人的な事情でしょうね。
Ryuko answers smoothly, her earlier hesitation gone. Having decided at the outset to lie, she has no trouble doing so with a straight face.
それにしても、咲坂さん、なぜあなたはそんなに大貝教授にこだわるんです？
教授は今失踪中なんです。知ってましたか？
いいえ。
Ryuko realizes that her answer may have been a little too quick. She should have acted more surprised.
近頃教授の身内の人間と恋にしていましてね。その人から調査を頼まれているんです。
A relative? Ryuko considers this with a frown.
大貝教授に縁者の方はおられないはずですが。
おお、誰から聞きました？
それは噂話に。
Ryuko replies, remembering that she had just claimed to have no contact with the man.
なるほど。そんなことが噂になる程度には、大貝教授は有名人だったわけですね。
That's a fucking gotcha moment.
まあ、一風変わった人だったみたいですね。
なのに、誰も彼が大学を辞めた理由を知らないと。
Ryuko falls silent, knowing that this isn't a topic she can push away with a smile. Sakisaka seems to have finally grasped her mood, however, as his strangely stiff tone softens a little.
先生。
Also, I'm gonna say it takes a really fucking long time for there to be a single choice in this game. It's just gonna be visual novel for a very long time.
行く当てがなくなり困っている子がいるんです。
それはむしろ警察の領分なんじゃないかしら。
Unless you want to be up for a very long time. Although she makes it sound like the most obvious thing in the world, the suggestion is actually a gamble. If Ogai Masahiko's disappearance becomes a police matter, then the university will be investigated. Everyone who's involved in the incident will be at risk of exposure. And of course, that includes Ryuko herself. She knows, however, that Sakisaka is unlikely to go to the police. First of all, his excuse is obviously a lie. They already made sure that Ogai had no relatives who might come looking for him, which is why they could bury the truth of what happened. But then how did Sakisaka, a mere patient, learn about Ogai?
咲坂さん、私の知っている範囲のことは喜んでお教えします。ですが、大貝教授は今年の4月に辞表を出して、以後は何の音信もないんです。どこか長期の旅行にでも行かれたか。
そうですか。
Expecting resistance, Ryuko is surprised when Sakisaka backs down. She's still worried about his condition, and the mysterious link between him and Ogai is only making her more uneasy. But as long as he doesn't open up to her, there's nothing she can do. After a brief pause, Ryuko writes, "Progress good" on Sakisaka's charts for today.
咲坂さん、それでは来週の診察ですが、今日と同じ4時でも。
Before she can finish, he's fucking gone. We're back to Sakisaka. It looks like someone sprayed the walls with pig guts from ceiling to floor. What color should the walls of a hospital be? White, of course. And the creatures of rotten flesh shambling around me, I'm sure this hallway looks just as white as it should. I know, intellectually, the walls are white. I know that the flesh beasts are really human. I'm the one with the problem, and it's because I've accepted this that I'm able to lead something approaching a normal life. Even if my university medical department is nowhere near as good as these universities, I'm still a medical student specializing in neurology. I have a basic idea of what's happened to me, though. It's hard to believe. This isn't a pathological condition. It's probably some sort of agnosia, unlike anything that's ever been studied before. The flesh beast called Tanbo Ryoko said that other patients had developed neurological disorders after receiving the same treatment I did. So I guess I'm just another failure. It makes me want to laugh in that know-it-all doctor's face. That said, I don't blame the doctors who operated on me. After all, I do owe them my life. I know as well as anyone how low the chance of success was, and I had no other hope of survival. I was unlucky. That's all there is to it. The point is that my condition isn't treatable. Just like someone adapting to a hearing aid or wheelchair, I have no choice but to adapt to this nauseating scenery. Of course it's hard. It wasn't easy to resign myself to this fate. But now there's more than just despair. Even for me, there's a glimmer of hope. Keeping my eyes on my feet, I hurry home. I live in a quiet suburban neighborhood in a house that's much too large for me alone. My parents, even unluckier than I am, died in the accident 3 months ago. I couldn't even go to the funeral for being in intensive care. I had to sell my father's business, but at least that's left me with the house and enough money to live on for a while. Of course I'm sad, but the accident took more from me than my parents. In fact, being on my own has probably saved me. If they were still alive, my parents would never have allowed me to live with some strange girl. As I open the door, a bright voice greets me from the kitchen. The voice is beautiful and clear as a bell. Human. Its sweet sound washes the day's cacophony from my memory.
ただいまさや。
Even the patter of feet coming down the hallway is music to my ears. Nowhere else in the city can I hear such footsteps. Only in this house with Seiya am I so privileged.
遅かったね。ちょっと心配しちゃったぞ。
ごめんよ。今日は病院に寄っていく日だったから。
ああ、そうだっけ。
In her smile, in the inquisitive tilt of her head, is everything that I have lost. Since my accident, this girl is the only person I've met. Perhaps the only person in the entire world that does not trigger my cognitive disorder. True, her skin seems too white, and the color of her eyes and the hair is probably different in reality, but even so, her form is undeniably human. And not just her appearance and her voice either. As I bend down to take off my shoes, Seiya wraps her arms around my neck and pulls me gently into her chest. Her skin feels truly human, not cold or slimy, and from her hair wafts a sweet feminine fragrance. In all the world, only Seiya is pleasing to my 5 senses. And what's more, she smiles at me, embraces me. She knows that she's my salvation, and for some reason is happy that I need her. If I had not met Seiya, if it had been all alone in this twisted, filth-ridden world, I would no doubt have succumbed to madness. It is no exaggeration to say that Seiya alone is keeping me alive.
今日は一日どうしてた？
What'd you do today?
今の模様替え。もう半分ぐらい塗り終わったよ。で、今はね、文則の晩ご飯作ってるの。昼間テレビで作り方やってたから。
そうか。楽しみだな。
もうちょっと時間かかりそうなの。待っててくれる？
いいよ。じゃあ僕は今の続きをやってる。
After I see the humming Seiya off to the kitchen, I step into the living room. I realized one day that if the natural colors of the world were sickening, all I had to do was paint over them with colors that seemed pleasant. I went to the hardware store and bought every color of paint that I could find. Then Seiya and I tried different combinations until we found one that worked. After painting the bedroom from ceiling to floor, I was finally able to get my first good night's sleep since the accident. When we first started on the living room, Seiya was unsure what to do with the curtains. Just painted carefully around the windows without a moment's hesitation. I tore the curtains down and painted over the glass itself. There'll never be anything out there that I want to see, and as long as we keep the storm shutters closed, the neighbors probably won't think anything of it.
ご飯できたよ。
こっちで食べよう。持ってきてくれるか。
As she enters the living room with a tray of food, Seiya sniffs the air.
ペンキの匂い平気？
Now that she mentions it, I suppose the smell of paint thinner must be building up in this closed room. It doesn't really bother me though. There are far worse smells outside.
さやは嫌いかい？
平気。海のりが大丈夫ならいい。
Seiya sets the food on the table. Unfortunately, neither its color nor its smell is at all appetizing. Not that food elsewhere is any different.
いただきます。
As has become a routine, I steel myself and methodically transport the food into my mouth. The taste is as gut-wrenching as I expected, but it's not Seiya's fault. I'm sure she's made it exactly like the cooking show said, just that my taste buds can't accept it.
美味しくない？
She acts hesitantly.
まあね。
Lying won't make Seiya happy. She knows about my condition.
気にしないで。明日はまた別のものを作ってあげるから。
ごめんな、いつも。せっかく作ってくれたのに。
いいのよ。こうやっていろいろ試していけば、いつか文のりでも美味しく食べられるメニューが見つかるかもしれないじゃない。
In my current state, eating is nothing more than an unwelcome duty. As much as I hate it, I need food to survive. If I stay alive, then perhaps one day, as Seiya says, I'll be able to taste something delicious again. I meant Seiya, didn't I?
さやは食べないの？
私はもう済ましたから。
In all the time we've been together, Seiya has never once eaten with me. I don't know why she refuses to do so. It makes me a little sad. Still, I'm not about to push the issue. Not when she's putting up with all the problems I have.
そういえば、今日もう一度病院で君のお父さんのこと聞いてみた。
パパの？
Dr. Okai Bashihiko is Seiya's father and our only living relatives. Seiya has asked me to unravel the mystery of his disappearance.
やっぱり何も教えてくれない。何か隠している雰囲気なんだが。
そう。
I expected Seiya to be a little more disappointed.
心配じゃないのかい？お父さんのこと。
そういうわけじゃないの。
Seiya responds with an unreadable expression. She gives a little shake of her head, then smiles at me once again.
ありがとう、海のり。
君はそれ以上のことを僕のためにしてくれるんだ。
I thank her for the meal and set my chopsticks down next to the perfectly clean plate. As wretched as the taste was, thinking of the care that Seiya put into it gave me the strength to finish every bite.
じゃあ、お風呂にする？
Oh, we're giving her a bath?
また背中流してくれるか？
Bath time! Bath time! Ever since Seiya moved in, it's been like having my... Ever since Seiya moved in, it's been like having my own fucking wife, man. Got my own 12-year-old wife, baby. Seiya, why are you so good to me? Is this really what you want? What am I? You can give yourself to me, body and soul. Is this merely sympathy? Do you pity me? The You're so wanton. Saya's here. She's here with me now. Only in this moment is her existence certain. Only when I am alone with her can I believe. No matter what cruel fate might await me, Saya, is there nothing I fear more than losing you?
みのり泣いてるの？
I realize I'm choosing one with tears.
どうしてなんだサイヤ。なぜ僕にここまでしてくれる？
みのり
わからないんだ。わからないのに僕だけがどんどん君に惹かれていく。君なしちゃ耐えられなくなっていく。
I wrap my arms tighter around her, praying that our bodies will melt together and never again be apart.
教えてくれ。どうすれば君を失わずにいられる？僕は何をすればいい？どうやって君に報いればいい？
こうやって抱いていて。みのりに抱いてもらうの大好き。だから私はみのりから離れたりしない。
なぜ僕なんだ？
それはね、みのりが一人ぼっちだから。
She says softly, gazing up into my eyes.
それはさやも一人ぼっちだったから。
The sorrow in her voice resonates with my own. There's a deep loneliness in her eyes, a loneliness from which now springs boundless affection.
だからさやにもみのりしかいないの。この世でただ一人だけ私を抱きしめてくれる大好きなみのり。
No matter what horrors in this world emerges upon me, all I've ever needed is Saya. That's a healthy relationship. Yo is determined to talk to him today. Nothing will happen as long as she hesitates. It will only prolong her suffering. The time has come to show courage once again. Not a bra is worn. Yo's fourth period is Thursdays in biology. This is her chance to see Fuminori. As a required course with many students, the lecture is held in a large hall that can seat well over 200. But since the room is usually only half full, it's rarely difficult for Yo to find the seat she wants. Yo prefers to sit near the center, where it's easiest to hear the professor. Most of the students congregate in this area for the same reason. It's a very healthy relationship. Fuminori usually sits beside her, although given the ambiguous state of the relationship, she knows better than to take this for granted. Still, she tries to save a seat whenever possible. The classroom isn't crowded today, so Yo is able to set her bag on the seat next to her without inconveniencing anyone. But when the professor arrives, at the usual time to start the class, there's no sign of Fuminori. After waiting for about 10 minutes, Yo scans the room furtively. Fuminori is there, sitting alone in the far back corner. Did he miss Yo when he came in? No, he couldn't have. And besides, no serious student would willingly sit so far away from the front. Feeling miserable, Yo slides her bag back over to herself. Fuminori is out the door the moment the class ends. Yo barely manages to catch up to him before he disappears down the hallway.
Sakisaka-san!
Fuminori jerks at the sound of his name. You would think she just screamed at him.
何か？
He turns to her and asks reluctantly. Now that they're face to face, Yo is painfully aware of how much weight Fuminori's lost. His sunken eyes and protruding cheekbones are far away from the features that are familiar to her. She wonders whether he's under a lot of stress, or perhaps he's not getting enough nutrition? Maybe it's both. He definitely looks more tense than he should, afraid even, though of what she can't imagine. His eyes move more restlessly from point to point and refuses to look Yo in the eye. It hurts to see Fuminori this way. What could have changed him so? Today, she reminds herself, rekindling the flame of courage in her heart.
お話があるんです。ちょっといいですか？
Hell yeah. I usually do more than 2 in a week. I've just been super terrible. The courtyard is empty and silent. No one is willing to sit and chat in the cold November air.
話って何？
I love Sayano Uda. Yo almost blurts the question, but manages to keep her composure.
咲坂さん、最近ちょっと様子が変
Oh,
です。
you mean 2 live stream of this game
Mitete.
specifically in a week, yeah.
心配になります。
そうかもね。まあ、あんな目にあった後だから。
He smiles like it's nothing, but even that seems forced. He's even standing precisely 1 pace farther away from her than he used to.
本当にそれだけなんですか？
君にはそれだけじゃないように見えるのかい？
Yo manages to keep from flinching at the harshness of his tone.
何か我慢してるみたいに見えます。
Rather than answer, Fuminori grinds his toe into the dead grass at his feet. Fearing that her determination might flag, Yo lets the words come as they may.
どうしようもないものを無理して壊れそうになるほど頑張って我慢してるみたいに。今の咲坂さんはそう見えます。
そうかい。
Fuminori mutters through clenched teeth, no longer trying to deny it or change the topic. This is an even clearer signal of rejection than his prior This is an even clearer signal of rejection than his prior evasiveness. But Yo's determination is strong. Today, at least, she won't back down.
友達ってこんな時のためにいると思うんです。
She implores, trying to convey the sincerity of her feelings for him.
ご家族のことは本当に残念だったと思います。
But unfortunately,
でも咲坂さんは
it's really hard to be an elder for her.
友くんや大見ちゃんやそれに私がいます。
Yo can no longer stop the words pouring from her lips. She fears that if she does not unleash her feelings now, they will be forever lost. Or lost forever, even.
一人で背負い込んだりしなくても私たちで何とかできることだってあると思うんです。たとえ何もできないにしても話してさえくれればあなたが少しでも楽になるかもしれない。私、咲坂さんの力になりたいんです。他のみんなも同じ気持ちだと。
やめてくれ！
Fuminori shouts, silencing Yo's silencing Yo's entity. I don't know what that word means. She promised herself that she wouldn't back down, but Fuminori's expression is terrible enough to shatter her resolve. The look in his eyes is not anger or any other warm-blooded emotion. It is hate. Murderously cold hate.
そういえば君には一つ返事しなきゃいけない要件があったね。
He remembers. He remembers and still has treated her so coldly. That's all the answer she needs. If his words stab any deeper, she might very well die.
僕は君のことをとりわけ特別に意識したことなんてなかった。君に好意を持たれてもどう接すればいいのか迷ってた。 僕が君のことどう思ってるのか正直な気持ちが自分でもわからなかったから。
咲坂さん、
でもね、今ではもうはっきりと答えが出て
This
る。
is not a great
あれ
confession
から考
scene.
える時間だけはたっぷりとあったからね。筑波さん、
I fucking hate
僕
you.
はあんたのことが大嫌いだ。顔も見たくない。
Don't cry. Don't cry. Yo tells herself, but too late to stop the tears pouring from her eyes.
もう二度と会いたくないっていうのは無理だね。同じ学校に通ってるんだし。だからせめて今後は僕に声をかけないでくれないか。目障りなんだよ、つくづく。
The worst thing he can say is no, and then actually no. The worst thing he can say is, so just make this the last time you speak to me, okay? Because your voice makes me sick. I don't ever want to see you again, but we go to the same school, so fuck. Just don't ever talk to me. You make me want to die. Yo whispers in shock and despair. Which Fuminori twists his lips into a malevolent smile.
君さ、少しは頭を冷やした方が良かったんだよ。どうせ大宮浩二にけしかけられてその気になってただけなんだろ。自分一人でのぼせてる分には勝手だけどさ、他人を巻き込むなって言うんだ。
That's all Yo can take. Even after shedding tears in front of him, she absolutely... Look, I'm gonna eat first. Even after shedding tears in front of him, she absolutely refuses to let him hear her cry. Which is the same thing, but whatever. Any disgrace would be preferable to breaking down here. She runs, fleeing breathlessly from the courtyard with Fuminori's cold smile at her back. Omi was the first to catch sight of Yo and Fuminori leaving for the courtyard. Reluctant to interrupt them, but still unwilling to leave them alone, she and Koji ended up watching the whole thing from the shadows.
あいつ
Throughout the exchange, Omi was clearly itching to jump out and punch Fuminori in the face. Knowing her temper, Koji kept firm hold of her arm until the end. If he hadn't, she might very well have done it. Fuminori leaves after Yo, his every step seeming to take an act of willpower. Koji sighs heavily into his once more empty courtyard, but the bitter taste in his mouth will not go away.
どうしちまったんだかな、あいつは。
Even Koji cannot forgive Fuminori's treatment of Yo. However, the first thing that he feels is confusion, not anger. Koji's known Fuminori since long before college. Fuminori was never this cruel before. There's no question now that the accident changed him.
ねえコージ、このまま放っておくつもり？
放っておきたくないにしたって、俺たちに何ができる？
覗き見よりマシなことよ。
Omi shouts, her face red with fury.
私、咲坂君に一言言ってやらなきゃ気が済まないわ。
それで筑波の気が晴れるってもんでもないだろうに。
だったら私の気だけでも晴らすわよ。
Yo and Omi are best friends, just like Koji and Fuminori. In fact, it was the relationship between Koji and Omi that brought the other two together. Omi's anger is only natural.
私、咲坂君と二人だけで話してみたいわ。コージはついてこなくてもいいから。
本気かよ。
その代わり、陽のことを見ていてあげて。泣き終わった後で誰かの優しさが必要になると思う。
なあ、それって俺とお前の役回りが逆じゃないのか？
私みたいな性格だとね。 慰め役は無理。励ますつもりで余計に傷跡広げちゃうのがオチなのよ。
なるほど。納得。
あ、嫌な。
じゃあまあ、そっちはほどほどにしとけよな。
Sorry, I keep skipping the dialogue. I don't mean to. Ending the conversation before Omi's mood gets any worse, Koji heads off to find Yo. Oh, is it this bit? Okay, this bit. You see this bit, forget about it. Never mind, we're still, it's not this bit yet. It's not this bit yet. I feel awful, miserable, but also refreshed. I finally crossed the line. I knew it would come crashing down like this sooner or later. Having become unable to feel anything but disgust for the other people, there was no way I could hope to maintain the relationships I'd had before the accident. Today's incident will definitely get back to Koji and Omi, and everyone will be convinced I had a major change of character. Honestly, I don't care anymore. And at least I probably won't be committed for this. I just need to avoid acting any stranger than I already have. This puts a rift between me and the others? Good. The thought of all this stress I'll avoid brings a smile to my lips. I'm fed up with them sticking their noses in my life. It's like they don't care that they make my gut turn just by being near me. I've been terrified of them until now, but today I struck fear into one of them. It's that sense, it's something of a relief. But I'm not entirely without remorse for what happened. The person I just demolished with the verbal equivalent of a nuclear bomb used to be my friend, Yo. Even if my senses don't believe it, my mind accepts the theory. I don't have any particular grudge against Yo herself, and I don't want to hurt her. In retrospect, perhaps I should have just ignored her outright. Yo was an attractive girl. I definitely didn't think badly of her. To be honest though, I was annoyed when Koji and Omi tried to stick us together. It felt like they were using us as entertainment, and Yo seemed totally oblivious to the fact that she was dangerous to their team. Her cluelessness was irritating. Still, I knew that none of them meant any harm. Back then, I didn't have any reason to hurt others just to get my way. If having a casual relationship with Yo would keep our circle of friends together, I was willing to make that compromise. Now, however, there is no room in my heart for such forbearance. If merely talking to someone is an ordeal, how could I be expected to show them kindness? These ruminations have left me exhausted. I want to return to Seiya as soon as possible, but thinking about the packed trains, the crowded downtown streets between here and there, saps my spirit. Catching sight of a nearby bench, I sit down and close my eyes to the horrors of the world. I can't do anything about the stink or the noise, but at least I can calm my nerves enough to rest. When I regained consciousness in the T University Hospital ward, the world was as dark as it is now. I had not yet recovered my sight, even though my eyes and optical nerves were undamaged. It must have been an after effect of the accident. Blindness was a shock, but now I know that my suffering then was nothing. After all, my sense of hearing, touch, taste, and smell were all fine at the time. The real horror began when my sight returned. The one small mercy was that I was able to come to terms with the accident and my neurosurgery while still blind. I panicked when I first saw the nightmarish hospital and the blood-curdling shapes of the doctors and nurses, but I soon guessed the cause. It chills me to think of what might have happened if I'd recovered my sight along with my consciousness. Suddenly awakening in what can only be described as hell? I would no doubt have lost my mind instantly. Soon, my disorder spread to the senses of touch, taste, and smell. As it turns out, sight exerts tremendous influence over the other four. The taste of my food, the feel of my bed sheets, the fragrance of my get-well flowers all became as unbearably foul as my eyes said they should be. Eventually, when even the doctor's voices became unrecognizable as human, I decided to kill myself. I didn't believe for a second that I could live in this new world. At least, not until I met Saya. One night, while thinking of a painless way to die, I find myself succumbing to sleep, drifting between the nightmares in my dreams and the nightmare of reality. I didn't notice her enter my room. I didn't say that this was a fun game. I just said that I like it. The next thing I knew, there was a face staring down at me from next to my bed. The face was not covered in pus or slime or earthworm-like feelers. It had smooth white cheeks, round eyes, a lovely little nose, all things I had never expected to see again. The face was that of a girl, undeniably human and positively glowing with beauty. I sighed in admiration, savoring the first peace and joy since regaining my sight. She had not expected such a reaction, apparently.
怖くないの？私のこと。
She asked. Looking at the clock, I saw that it was exactly 3 in the morning. No time for a young girl to be alone in the hospital. Perhaps she expected me to mistake her for a ghost? But I would not have cared if she had been a ghost. Either way, she was a godsend.
君は誰だい？なぜここに？
私はサヤ。パパのこと探しに来たの。
She's just a little girl looking for her dad. I assumed that she was the daughter of a late shift doctor, another patient. It was unusual, but not unthinkable for such a girl to be wandering around the hospital.
あなた、怖がらないんじゃつまらない。
あ、ちょっと。
I cried, desperate to keep her from leaving. It was only after she turned around that I realized I hadn't thought of what to say next.
何？
Her beautiful eyes drew me in, healing my soul to a core. Though the white haze clouded my mind, I struggled to form a coherent sentence.
女の子にお願いしていいことじゃないんだが、今君にしか頼めない。
No longer concerned with propriety, I let the words come as they willed.
手を握らせてもらえないだろうか。
Saya looked confused at first, but then just smiled, like she just found a new toy. Her smile was brighter than my memories of the sun.
変な人。そんなこと言い出したの、あなたが初めて。
She said, holding out her slender white hand. Ever so carefully, as though catching snowflakes, I placed my palm against hers. I could feel her human warmth and the softness of her delicate... I was going to say softness, and the softness of her delicate fingers. She was there, just behind the palm of my hand. She had sock puppets for hands. Thinking back on the joyful tears I shed then, I know that this is the moment I saved from my fate. I was saved from my fate.
この半月の間に初めて人に
Sorry,
触れ
this
た。
is all very serious.
人だ
This
と
is a
感
very
じられ
serious
る
game.
からだ
I shouldn't make jokes. At the same time, I like a whine in. I'm gonna make jokes.
他の人じゃダメなんだ。
I can't just read it.
僕事故に遭ってその
But at
後
the
遺
same
症らしいん
time,
だ
I
け
have
ど
fun just reading it.
人が人の姿に見えないんだよ。
本当に
We
不思議
haven't
な
gotten
人。
to the scene. I want to get to a scene.
あなたって面白い。
She said,
明日
winding
の
her
夜も
fingers gently around
ま
mine.
た来ていい？
あ、そりゃもういいのかい？君はそんなことをして。
大丈夫よ。
She replied.
夜は私のものだから。
And so our rendezvous began. Saya came to my room every night at 3 a.m., skillfully taking advantage of the duty nurse's shift change. I was astonished to learn that she was living inside the hospital.
これだけ広いと隠れる場所には事欠かないから。
She said, answering my surprise with a nonchalant smile. She had been living in the suburbs with her father, she told me, until one day he'd suddenly stopped coming home. After she had tired of waiting, Saya had decided one night to sneak into the hospital where he worked. And there she lived for over 2 months, searching for his whereabouts. Whereabouts. All the while. His whereabouts.
学校には行かなくていいのかい？
いいの。勉強は全部パパに教えてもらったから。さやはとっても頭がいいんだよ。
She was a strange girl. On the one hand, she looked and acted like a child. On the other, she was remarkably self-reliant, and at times exhibited a sharp intelligence and deep knowledge that many may have found unsettling. I didn't care. Saya was the only other human in a world gone mad. Her existence meant far more to me than the standards of society.
危なくないのか？見つかりそうになったことは。
全然平気。ここにいれば食べるものにも不自由しないし、パパの入院してる患者さんたちのうち、ちょっと精神的に参ってそうな人を事前にチェックしといてね。
Saya continued, grinning mischievously.
時々部屋に真夜中に忍び込んで脅かしたりするの。その人が大騒ぎしても、そういう患者さんの言うことはみんな真に受けたりしないから。
Yeah, no one believes what mental patients say. You can spook them, you can prank them all you want.
結局は悪い夢ってことで片付けられちゃうし。
Her confession reminded me that the hospital was famous for its ghost stories. Who could have imagined that there was actually a real girl impishly roaming these hallways?
じゃあ、僕も最初はそのつもりで。
うん。ごめんね。怒った？
But her pranks were hardly praiseworthy. I couldn't bring myself to scold her for the very thing that had brought us together.
もうやらない方がいい。その代わり、夜は僕の話し相手になってくれないか？
さやもその方が楽しい。
Look at him. He's like the emoest boy. But I mean, if you saw every human as like a horrific eldritch horror, you'd probably be pretty emo. You'd definitely shop at Hot Topic. With extreme care, I was able to conceal my sensory disorder. It was glaringly obvious that the doctors had no way to cure me, and the fact that I had undergone a still experimental procedure made me even more cautious. As a medical student, it was easy for me to imagine how the doctors would react if they discovered that I was exhibiting such unusual side effects. I was not about to become a guinea pig, a mere specimen to be examined with clinical detachment. And so I hid my discomfort and loathing behind a mask of normalcy, convincing the doctors that any signs of stress were merely a result of hospitalization. Saya was my support. Looking forward to her nightly visits, I was going to say naughty visits, gave me the strength to endure my daily torture. Hope can make an enormous difference in a patient's progress. With the aid of my secret nurse, I recovered at a pace that left the doctors stunned. In my meat hospital, on the last night before my release, I summoned my courage and asked her,
君はこれからもずっとこの病院に居続けるのかい？
うん。結局パパの手がかりはなかったけど、もう他にいるところもないし。
Do you want to live with me, honey?
バレそうになるまではいいかなって。
In other words, there was nothing keeping her there.
よかったら僕の家に来ないか？
I asked timidly. The question took all of the courage I had.
え？
家族はもういないから、部屋はいくらでも余ってる。人目を忍ぶような必要もないし、住み心地もそんなに悪くないんじゃないかと。
ずっと文則と一緒に暮らすの？
I was too afraid to ask her what she thought of that, so I hastily offered to deal.
君の父さんのことは代わりに僕が探してあげる。約束するよ。必ず居場所を見つけてみせる。
難しいと思うよ、それ。
Seiya said, looking a little embarrassed.
多分パパ、何か悪いことをしてこの病院を辞めたんだと思う。だから警察とかは困るの。なるべくこっそりと探さなきゃいけないし。
頑張るよ。どんなことだってやる。僕は。
Unable to control myself, I finally spoke the truth.
さやと離れたくないんだ。
At first she looked bewildered, but after a few months of silence she said,
少しだけ考えさせて。
That night she left my room earlier than usual. On the day of my release, I managed to smile as I accepted the hideous, foul-smelling celebratory bouquet. The flesh beasts, calling themselves Koji, Omi, and Yo, came to pick me up. Though they had come to see me many times during my stay, it never got easier to see my friends change so horribly. My sudden tears of despair drew suspicion, but I managed to explain them away as tears of joy. While we walked to Koji's car, I looked desperately for Seiya and the grotesque scenery. Even as we drove away, I kept watching the hospital fade into the distance, praying for a last glimmer of hope. But Seiya never appeared. After Koji and the others dropped me off, I paused a while to regard my surroundings. I lived my entire life on this block, in this house. There was no other place that I could call home. But nothing was as I remembered. As I walked up the path to the front door and through in the yard where I spent my childhood, I could feel those memories being defiled by the twisted, festering shapes around me. Inside the house, I found nothing familiar, nothing to offer me comfort and warmth. What I once called home was now a whole other world.
僕にはもう帰る場所なんてない。
I whispered with a smile of self-pity. There was one last stop to make, one last nail to hammer into my coffin. I stepped into the room that had cradled me from childhood. The walls were papered with human entrails, the bed tangled mass of worm flesh. But none of that mattered. There, curled up on the bed like an abandoned cat, was Seiya. As I stood there in shock, she looked up at me and in a tiny, weak voice said,
本当にここにいてもいいの？
I responded by sweeping her into my arms, embracing her tightly so that she would not escape. Seiya did not resist. Sleeping in my worm flesh bed. Okay, 1 second. I gotta go to the bathroom. This is called Seiya no Uda, and I'm sleeping in a worm flesh bed. And, everything is horrible and terrible, and everything's an eldritch horror. But also, give me 1 second, because I really need to go pee. I'm back. Let's take a drink. Okay. Honestly, also let's make a drink. Let's have another bottle of wine. Oh, I can't open it. My tiny baby hands won't let me open it. Oh no. This is like a real issue. I'm gonna have to get like a knife or something. Okay. I'll do that later. I'm gonna have to go get a knife. Should I do that? Okay, Samson, should I go get a knife to open this wine bottle right now? Or should I continue with the game and then do it later? I need you to decide for me. If thou art still here. It's like, it's because like this thing isn't connected. Oh, I just did it. I just did it. It's just open. Never mind. I think this is the scene. This is the scene. This is the scene that I was like... I haven't finished this game. I have never gotten like that far into this game. I only know like aboutisms of what goes on to this game. I don't think I've ever gotten to an actual decision in this game. I know that there are decisions in this game because I know there's more than one ending. But I don't know how long it takes for you to actually get to decisions. When she arrives at the Sakisaka house, Omi first takes a deep breath to calm herself. Her anger does not vanish entirely, of course, but at least now she can hear herself think. While waiting for a response from the intercom, she looks over the patch of yard and she can see from outside the gate. Even Omi isn't normally one to complain about other people's housekeeping, but this isn't going too far. The grass is growing wild, and there are piles of dead leaves scattered everywhere. It doesn't look unattended. It looks like an uninhabited ruin. It's still light out, but every window has its storm shutters tightly sealed. Omi guesses that they've been closed since morning. What kind of life is Fuminori leading? Even if he's living alone, he can't neglect his housework forever. And if it's just her imagination... Is it just her imagination, or does something stink like rotten meat? Couldn't be coming from the yard, could it? So if you remember, it was, Yo was the girl that he totally destroyed in, like, when she asked him out. And then there's Ko and there's Omi. And Omi was like, I'm gonna punch him in the face. But you better go check, you better go comfort Yo, and I'm gonna go talk to Fuminori. So this is like, there's the one couple, and this is the girl of the couple. And she wants to like give Fuminori like a strong talking to. She's just going to his house. because they listened to him when he, yeah. Just in case you're not following. There's no response as she presses the buzzer a second time and a third and a fourth. Finally, after this has gone on for over 10 minutes, Omi loses her patience and opens the cover of the intercom. As she expected, the power has been disconnected. Perhaps Fuminori has a good reason for shutting out the world. But Omi can only see it as a lack of respect for others. Her anger rekindled. She pushes the gate open and stomps through the yard to the front door. Given the state of his intercom, she doubts that Fuminori will respond to a knock, so Omi decides to just open the door and to go in shouting. And the door is locked. She'll just have to... Surprisingly, the doorknob turns easily in her hand, and the enraged Omi finds herself throwing the door open wider than she intended. I keep calling her an Oni, but she's an Omi. Her name is not... She's not an Oni. Her name is Omi. Her nostrils are instantly assaulted by a choking stench. As Omi stands petrified on the threshold, the cowbell hanging on the inside of the door chimes loudly. A moment later... Omi can't believe her ears. The voice she just heard could not have been human, yet its intonations were too complex for any animal she can imagine. She calls out to the end of the hallway from which the voice came. There's no response. Instead, she hears the sound of something soft and wet flopping its way deeper into the house. Finding it difficult to place a meaningful image to the voice she just heard, Omi stares blankly at the empty vestibule. There's nothing there, not even Fuminori's shoes, which can only mean that he's still outside somewhere, wearing them. The house should be empty. But then, what was that voice just now? Her anger has vanished as if it were never there. Nevertheless, Omi sets foot in the hallway, leaving the door open so that the cowbell won't ring. The floor creaks, setting her nerves on edge. Omi isn't sure why she's acting like a burglar, but something tells her to make as little noise as possible. The potency of the stink inside the house makes the whiff she caught outside pale in comparison. It's sickening, like rotten fish guts. Has food been left to spoil in the kitchen? She hears a bubbling sound up ahead. Bubbling. Stepping gingerly on the creaking floor beds, Omi makes her way to the end of the hallway. She finds rooms both sides of her, one lit, the other dark, and chooses to look into the lit room. It's the kitchen, lit by what must be the only window in the house not covered by a storm shutter. The sound she heard was the pot boiling on the stove, and on the chopping board next to it lie a butcher knife and some half-diced carrots. Perfectly normal household scene with the light of the setting sun said everything would color and everything depressing. A perfectly normal household scene with the light of the setting sun making everything the color of decomposing fruit. Something is wrong. Who was cooking here and where did they go? Omi calls, regretting it immediately as she realizes that her voice is shaking. As her words echo vainly through the silent house, she begins to feel foolish and defenseless. Suddenly, she feels something cold sweeping through her pantyhose. She timidly reaches down to touch her feet. Her fingertips come away with a viscous, olive-green slime, with the filthy water from a tank long clog of algae, dead fish. The whole floor is covered with it. Must be the source of the stench. Omi now wishes that she had worn her shoes inside and they must be damned. When she looks back ruefully at the way she came, she realizes that her current position is not visible from the entrance. This kitchen must be where the strange voice came from. The by some irrational compulsion, Omi sets foot into the den. It's too dark to see anything, and the stink is far worse than before. She slides her hand along the wall, feeling for the light switch, finding it much sooner than she expected. She flips it on like it's her last hope. The colors! So many colors! The purple of entrails, the brown of rotten meat, the crimson of fresh blood, the yellow of fat. These colors and more than cannot be described cover every inch of the room in maddening array. The colors say all that need be said about the painter's hand, hatred, malice, and insanity. Omi's legs give out from the shock, sending her to the floor. Slime immediately soaks through her jeans, its cold tendrils creeping up her legs, crotch, and her neck. Her hand flies to her neck, but is cleared by another drop of chilly slime. Above her, something is dripping down on her head. Making, perhaps, the worst decision of her life. Funny. What's that? The predator clinging to the ceiling, poised to leap upon its prey. She sees it in every detail. Her mouth and nose are sealed before she can scream, and her belly is torn open as something enters it to feast on her innards. By the time she feels any of this, Omi has already gone mad. I bit the bullet and tried to take the train, and rush hour crowds were so bad that I had off highway and walked. I'm running pretty late, and so worried. I hope she's not mad. When I enter the yard, I realize that the front door has been left wide open. Light from the living room is seeping out into the hallway. I hear what sounds like someone smacking their lips. There's also a tantalizing fragrance in the air. Is it Saya? I consider calling out to her, but decide to enter in silence instead. Something smells strange, though not unpleasant. The aroma is quite soothing, in fact. It reminds me of Saya's hair. At first, I'm surprised by what I see in the living room. The floor is covered what looks to be some kind of grass? Probably the source of the herb-like smell, and there are fruits or vegetable-like balls of varying size scattered everywhere.
Saya.
Saya turns around, her eyes wide with surprise. She then looks away sheepishly, like a child caught in some prank.
何を食べてるんだい？
これはその
She stammers, so flustered that I suddenly feel bad for sneaking up on her. Look at that gat! Dang! Look at that butt. Remembering that she has never eaten in front of me before, I realize that she must be quite embarrassed.
一ついいかな？
I scoop up the closest fruit thing and pop it into my mouth, ignoring Saya's attempt to wave me off. It has a strange texture, soft and pliable, like a peach or a pear. When I bite into it with my back teeth, the succulent juice fills my mouth, combined with the sharp, strong fragrance. I like anything I've ever tasted.
何か味付けとか調理してあるのかこれ？
調理ってほどのことはさばいてからちょっと溶かして食べやすくしただけでほとんど生なんだけど。Pick up a different lump. This one consisting of fruity flesh around a hard core. Tearing a chunk off in my mouth, I find that it has a similar taste to the last one. ねえ、大丈夫？それって
うん。僕でも食べられる味だ。っていうよりうまいよ、これ。
Delicious?
そうなの？
At first, Saya looks dumbstruck, but then she bursts out laughing.
そうなんだ。ふみのりもこういうのが好きだったんだ。なんだ、あれこれ工夫して頑張ってた私がバカみたい。
さやっていつもこういうものを食べてたのか。
こんな大物は久しぶりだけどね。うん。近所の公園とかで取ってくれるやつ。
That's an impressive nature preserve. There's an impressive nature preserve not too far from here. Never heard about fruits like these growing there. Well, of course. They only look like fruits to me. They're really something else.
ごめんね。一番美味しいところはさっきさやが全部食べちゃった。
いいよ、また今度で。でもこれで明日から一緒に食事ができるね。
Saya seems really happy. I'm happy too, of course. Eating with someone is much more fun than eating alone, and it makes the food taste better too.
まだまだいっぱいあるし、食べきれない分は冷やせば 2,3 日は大丈夫だよ。ちょっと味は落ちるんだけどね。
じゃあ早めに片付けておこうか。
Sealing the small fruits in Tupperware and the large ones in pots and bowls, Saya and I stored the remaining food in the refrigerator. The eating of tomorrow's dinner fills me with anticipation. Feel that, little by little, I'm starting to regain my joy of living. Saya will guide me. With her, I can live on. I'm sure it's just fruit. True Scary Stories, Hospital Edition. Chapter 4, The Monster in the Hospital. A medical student relates his shocking experience. Will you believe him? Or not? Strange things happening at the hospital around the end of last spring. It began with patients waking up in the middle of the night screaming. They all spoke of terrifying nightmares, and many of them had to be sedated. Some patients even transferred to other hospitals because of it. The weird thing was that they all had exactly the same dream. A dream about some horribly disgusting monster staring down at them from their bedside. But the really strange stuff started happening after that. There used to be a lot of stray cats around campus, looking for scraps from the students. One day, the cats suddenly disappeared, and it wasn't that they'd stopped coming, it was more that they'd vanished from the area entirely. And then people stopped walking their dogs around. According to rumors, the dogs were refusing to go anywhere near the school. Eventually, things started going missing in the hospital. Organs, to be precise. Transplant organs kept disappearing from storage. People came close to losing their jobs over it, and it wasn't just 2 or 3 times that it happened. They tried to keep it from the students, but we heard it was a lot worse than that. Oh, people started seeing that there was something living in the hospital. The janitors would find strange messes that could only have been made in the middle of the night. Traces of something that had crawled down the hallway or weird stains caused by something dripping through the ceiling. The late shift nurses talked about hearing strange noises on the same nights that patients woke, screaming. There's one last story, one you can never mention inside the hospital. One day, the upstairs department went crazy. They said that a newborn had disappeared in the night. If that were true, the police would have come. It would have been all over the news. But they say the big shots managed to make it all go away. It's just a rumor. Of course. Those strange incidents suddenly stopped towards the end of summer. Now there are almost no patients complaining of nightmares, and the cats have started coming back to campus. But still, what happened in the hospital that summer, even now, just thinking about it, gives me the creeps. I don't remember how to save the game. There's a way to save the game. I just don't remember how. I'm gonna have to Google it. Just tell me when you're going to bed, Samson, and I'll save the game and I'll end the stream.
ダメだ。
Okay, so Omi got killed a little bit. Just a little killed. Just a little killed. This is the third day in a row they haven't been able to get in touch with Omi. There's no sign that she returned to her apartment, and even her family doesn't know anything. Her parents have already filed a missing persons report.
まあ、あいつのことだからな。何事もなかったみたいに、ひょっこり顔出しそうな気もするんだが。
うん。だといいけど。
Yo replies with a gloomy expression. She's worried about Omi, of course, but the incident with Fuminori 3 days ago must still be wearing on her mind. Wander is she's still whatever, fuck it. Yo hasn't seen Fuminori since then. Fuminori hasn't made any effort to approach her or Koji. 4 people used to meet in this cafeteria between the classes, and now there are only 2.
ねえ、殿くん、もう一度考えてみようよ。どこかオミちゃんの行きそうな場所に心当たりない？
いや、一通りは確かめたしな。
Koji answers evasively. It's a lie, of course. Koji knows where Omi planned to go that evening, but he doesn't want to bring Fuminori up in front of Yo. Their awkward silence is immersively broken by the bell signaling the start of the next period.
じゃあ、俺行くわ。
うん。
Almost Koji is mistaken. Yo is supposed to have class next period too, but she just sits there, staring off into space. Unable to come up with anything to say, leaves the cafeteria reluctantly. Both Omi's disappearance and Yo's depression worry Koji, and both problems lead back to the exact same place.
海のりは一体。
When Omi went missing, the first thing he did was question Fuminori. After all, the last time he'd seen her was when she just stormed off to give Fuminori a piece of her mind. Fuminori responded with unequivocal denial, and acted like he hadn't the slightest idea why Omi would have gone to see him. Perhaps it was only natural, as he was unaware that Omi and Koji had witnessed him reduce Yo to tears. Did Omi even make it to Fuminori's house? She'd been riding a wave of emotion when she'd left, and might have calmed down and changed her mind halfway there. Perhaps she ran into trouble on the way? Koji concluded, or more accurately convinced himself, that one of these possibilities was the truth, subconsciously denying the one remaining possibility that Fuminori was lying, that he had met Omi and was involved with her disappearance. When questioned by the police, Koji told the truth about Omi's destination only up to the train station, maintaining that he had no idea where she'd planned to go after that. He wanted to cooperate with the search, of course, but Omi couldn't have made it to Fuminori's house. Fuminori said so himself, didn't he? In that case, he'd told the police everything they needed to know. Now, wanting to give the still fragile Fuminori involved, he forced himself to accept this flimsy logic. But the conflict had built up inside of him without his notice. leaving unanswered suspicion to fester in his mind. Koji, deep in thought, paying no attention to his surroundings, but perhaps that is what allows him to catch sight of his friend's back through the crowd of milling students.
Fuminori?
At first, Koji assumes that he's headed to the lecture hall, but it soon appears that he's instead going home. Strange. Medical students are required courses in the afternoon. Though he is additionally surprised, Koji's hesitation lasts for only a second. He follows his friend, taking care to stay far enough behind that he won't be noticed. Fuminori was going home, as became obvious when he boarded a train heading in the opposite direction. Koji's next guess was that he was going to see his doctor at the T University Hospital, but Fuminori rode straight through the closest station.
どこに向かってる?
At first, Koji felt ashamed for telling his friend like this, but his conscience felt silent as Fuminori's actions grew more mysterious. The stranger it gets, the more closer Koji feels to discovering the truth behind Fuminori's sudden transformation. Any knowledge would be welcome, no matter how slight. Okay, wait, I need to Google how to save. I need to Google how to save in Seiya. I know I can save. I know I can save. It doesn't expect you to do this many hours. Oh, here it is. I just have to right click. I just have to right click. That's it. Even Koji's busy to think that there must be more behind. He wants to. Is it just me or does the text changed? Did the text change? It's like whiter and like different. The text changed. Fuminori gets off at a small station in a nondescript suburb of Tokyo. Koji follows, trying not to lose sight of him and the other disembarking passengers. The area is quite desolate, with only a small bookstore, a convenience store, and a market in front of the train station. It is easy for Koji to keep Fuminori in view. This is past, by the way, this is past where I've played it, so this is going to be me reading it for the first time every time I read it. I know where this game goes, but I haven't played this game to the end. I've tried streaming this game before, and I got to this point and then stopped streaming it. The neighborhood was carved out of Fuji footholds. Here and there remained steep inclines and wooded areas that escaped assimilation. Koji is amazed that such a quiet place exists less than an hour out of central Tokyo. Fuminori seems to know these streets. He moved quickly and purposefully through the suburban community, his eyes fixed straight ahead. Before long, Fuminori reaches a house. Without ringing the bell or even knocking, he opens the door and vanishes inside, leaving Koji to wonder how Fuminori can treat the house as his own. After waiting to see if Fuminori comes back out, Koji approaches the gate and checks the nameplate. Ogai, it reads. Koji's never heard of anyone by that name among Fujimori's acquaintances. Fuminori. Next, his attention is drawn to the thick wad of leaflets sticking out of the mail slot. This, coupled with the general dilapidated feel of the place, suggests it has been abandoned for some time. A small playground about 2 blocks away provides an adequate vantage point from which to watch the front of the Ogai home. Fortunately, it does not appear to be the sort of house that has a rear exit. Koji settles down on a bench to begin his stakeout. I should put more smokes. 1 hour passes and then another, but there remains no signs of movement around the Ogai residence. Soon twilight settles upon the neighborhood. After Kojai's 1 pack of cigarettes runs out, the stakeout becomes a battle against mounting impatience. He kills time by redialing only on the cell and sending her the short text messages, but his efforts are futile, as he knows they would be. When the sky begins to turn deep blue and the streetlights come on, Fuminori finally emerges from the house and heads back towards the station with the same hurried stride. After some brief consideration, Koji decides that right now investigating the house is no more important than tailing Fuminori. Investigating the house is more important than tailing Fuminori. Sorry. He rings the doorbell just to make sure. After receiving the expected silence in response, he checks to make sure no one is watching and turns the doorknob. The door is not locked. Oh, this place is clearly not haunted and terrible. The moment he enters the house, stale air thick with mold and dust fills Koji's nostrils. It is the unmistakable smell of a house that has long lain untouched. There is also a faint hint of something else in the air, something reminiscent of a damp sewers and fetid cisterns. Flipping the light switches does nothing. The power must be cut off. Koji uses a cigarette lighter to illuminate the immediate area. In a thick dust covering the floor, he sees several brand new trails of footprints that could only have been made by shoes. Fuminori's. Koji decides to follow suit and dispense with courtesy. He enters with his shoes on. The lighter's flickering flame pushes back the deathly silence and gloom of the house. Koji is surprised to see evidence of life remaining. Everything from furniture to tableware and appliances. Nothing seems to be missing. The thickness of the dust suggests that the house has been empty for several months, which means that the owner must have left with little more than the clothes on his back. Could he have gone on a long vacation? The calendar in the den is turned to April. I don't know what it currently is. I know in my other game it's August. Empty and silent, yet still exhibiting signs of life that was once lived there, the house reminds Koji of a passenger ship entombed at the bottom of the sea. In the graveyard-like quiet, a sinister thought suddenly enters his mind. No one is living here, but it does not have to mean the owner left. Maybe he was murdered, and his rotting corpse is right under Koji's feet. He finds himself wanting a stronger light, and a flashlight in his hand would make him feel much better. This is a crazy conclusion to draw. Koji follows Fujimori's footsteps to the second floor, where he begins to catch the scent of paper in the stale air. The smell of old books is instantly recognizable to anyone who has worked in an antique bookstore or library. The first room on the second floor turns out to be a study. Its towering shelves packed with such a vast number of books that Koji fears for the stability of the floor. The medical student himself, he's able to discern at a glance that his study belongs to a medical professional, and a high-level one at that. Judging by the content of the books, a smorgasbord of technical volumes far beyond a simple student's understanding, the owner's interest lies more with medical research than with clinical practice. Fuminori must have spent most of his time here. Scattered dust suggests he was searching for something, and the contents of the desk drawers. And the contents of the desk drawers, whatever, fuck it, I can't say it, apparently, are an obvious disarray. Drawers. I'm just gonna tell you, while I'm trying to read this, I'm getting double vision, and like all of these words are like not words. Well, I'm trying to guess what the words really are. Because I'm like a bottle and a half of wine in. But I'm like doing my best. Okay. A small pile of books stacked to the side table catches his eye. Being next to the desk, they must have been the most frequently read. Their nature should shed some light on the character of the person who worked here. Okay, because I'm gonna tell you what it looks like for me. Their nature should shed some light on the cracker of the person who works here. But I can figure out what the actual words are. Koji frowns as he examines the 3 books. I can read it. I can read it just fine. Because I can figure it out. I'm just saying, like, I'm getting hard double vision. Koji frowns as he examines the 3 books. They aren't scientific texts like the rest, but old, leather-bound Western tomes, like the sort you would find in a rare bookstore. Turns out they got a wink. The titles are meaningless to him. Trades to Shifus appears to concern semiotics, but Arxim and Ultima is some kind of treatise on divination? And then there was the Voynix manuscript, which looks like some sort of picture book. When he pages through it, he finds the text utterly incomprehensible. Maybe it's some kind of cipher? Whatever they are, they clearly have nothing to do with medicine, refuting Koji's earlier guesses that Ogai was a doctor. Looking down, Koji suddenly notices the glint of something black and metallic underneath the chair. A pocket-sized flashlight, quite out of place amongst all of these dusty books. Fuminori must have brought it in. With relief, Koji exchanges his lighter for the flashlight. Okay, I was gonna say it's his. I thought it was gonna say his tiny body, and he definitely doesn't seem like he's a tiny guy. He's like a large boy. Its tiny body emits a powerful white beam that casts away the darkness, because it's the lighter. It's the lighter that's doing this. His courage restored, he decides to explore the rest of the house. Hmm? Koji notices something strange, something that was not visible in the lighter's weak flame. The slime. Dark, oily stains are everywhere. Stains are especially thick around the doorknobs and stair banisters, like someone grasped with them with hands wrapped in greasy cloth. Oh god, this is hard. Looking closer, he sees places where slime was splashed low on the walls, almost as if it was a wet mop run violently across the floor. He's not gonna also die. Is he gonna also die? Could Ogai have made these marks? If so, could Omi? Could Ogai have made these marks? If so, how? Kogai begins to feel sick as he imagines a man shambling through the house with the slime dripping from his body. It kind of seems like this guy's gonna die too. Finding the bedroom next to the study, Koji checks the closet on a hunch. He discovers 2 empty suitcases. Not what one would believe. Not what one would leave behind when going on a long vacation. A sudden chill runs through him. Whoever was living here is still somewhere inside the house, living within the walls. There's a bunch of horror movies where there's just a guy that's living within the walls. Suppressing the urge to flee, Koji goes back downstairs to check the first floor. If he finds a corpse, he'll have to call the police right away. He might yet get away with trespassing if he is reported first. But if they find the body later, it'll be awfully hard to explain the fingerprints all over the house. I need to like wink a little bit just every once in a while. The flashlight reveals the den to be covered in more slime than the rest of the house. The sofa looks as though it was dredged from the bottom of a swamp. In the kitchen, Koji takes one look at the sink and decides to not get any closer. It's fucked up. That sink is fucked up. He goes to the bathroom. A common scene from TV dramas flashed through his head. A body with slit wrists floating in the bathtub full of water. Does he not go in the bathroom either? And wasn't there a movie where a hitman disposes of his victim in a bathtub filled with lye? Okay, Koji braces himself for the worst and opens the door slowly, then shines his light into the ceramic tub that appears from the darkness like a white ghost. It's empty. Oh, there's bones? Apparently there's bones. Apparently there's a mountain of bones back with dry, fresh, and blood. I just don't see them. But there's a mountain of bones black with dry flesh and blood. Just use your imagination. Koji puts one hand against the wall to steady himself as his legs threaten to buckle. Something is wrong, he realizes as he tries desperately to get his thoughts in order. The bones are too small. There are too many of them. They aren't human. After taking several deep breaths to calm himself, Koji enters the bathroom and examines the tub. The bones are piled atop each other like fallen leaves. They appear to be from small animals. Rats, cats, or dogs. Even so, the quantity is mind-boggling. How many bottles? Bottles? How many bodies, even, would it take to produce this many bones? The bones have all been separated from one another, so it doesn't look like the bodies were just thrown about into a tub and left rot. Each bone is covered with deep grooves, marks left by teeth biting through flesh. Koji's sanity would let him consider the possibility that a human could have done this. The owner of this house must have kept some sort of carnivorous animal as a pet, giving it the bones of small animals and disposing them into the bathtub. But why not dispose of the leftovers properly? They could have been thrown out with the garbage, or is there something keeping him from leaving the house? The relief Koji felt when he realized that the bones weren't human is once again under attack. In the first place, what the hell was Fuminori doing here?
どうした、コージ?
Oh, there he is! Koji rolls around, his legs revealing Fuminori's expressionless face.
不法侵入だぞ、コージ。
お前だって同じだろうが。
Koji replies, barely managing to speak over the pounding of his heart. We're not playing a rom-com anymore, by the way. Fuminori pushes past Koji and looks into the bathtub. He doesn't even flinch at the sight of the bones.
僕はこの家の人と知り合いなんだ。頼まれて探し物をしに来ただけさ。
知り合い
We're
っ
not
て
dating these boys.
いつから一体何者なんだ
Koji doesn't want to believe that the old friendly Fuminori could have had contact with the denizens of this house.
いずれお前にも紹介するよ。僕の恩人とも言える人だから。
H says, turning to leave without even a glance at Koji.
おい、Fuminori!
Koji runs after Fuminori. His heart is finally beating normally again.
お前まさか近頃様子がおかしいのはその知り合いっていうやつのせいなんじゃ。
Standing in the entrance, Fuminori glares coldly at Koji over his shoulder. The utter lack of emotion in his eyes gives Koji's pause.
僕の後をつけてきたんだね、コージ。
Koji swallows. What can he say?
そういうのは迷惑だ。二度とやらないでもらいたい。
ああ。
Fuminori walks away without another word, leaving Koji alone in the entrance. Up until this very moment, concern for his friend was still all at the forefront of his mind. Now, however, that concern is swiftly giving away to a growing sense of dread. Does Fuminori know? Does the Fuminori he knew no longer exist? It was the person who has just stared down Koji, just an imposter wearing Fuminori's skin? Koji began to believe that it might be so. What a nuisance. Why does he insist on interfering? If only he spoke with me to exchange pleasantries, even I could bear it, but now he's taking his nose into my business to just satisfy his curiosity. Koji is a perfect example of someone who thinks that he is always good to take an interest in other people's affairs. He probably thinks that he's doing me a favor by prying into my life. I didn't do no wrong. If he keeps this up, I might just have to find some way to deal with him. Like Seiya said, I have to keep my search for Dr. Ogaya's secret. Koji could ruin everything. I didn't have time to fully investigate the Ogai residence today. And this rate, it'll probably take several days to go through the study. Seiya didn't believe that I'd find anything to help with the search, but I think there's still a lot to explore. Who knows what I'll discover? The problem is Koji. He knows about the house now. Will he make things difficult? A hair-raising voice calls me as I'm about to run through my gate. Suppressing a shudder, I put on a fake smile and turned to face the rising mass of rotten flesh. that is staring at me with bulging eyes. If you'd like to know, like, a small synopsis of what's happening, I can give you a small synopsis of what's happening. Of course. My next door neighbor, Suzami, a middle-aged painter, I think, who spends all day at home while his wife works. I haven't had much contact with him since the accident. Why isn't he suddenly talking to me now?
Hi. おかげさまで。はあ。
What is this? You saw me deliver a lecture?
まあそうですね。苦労し。でもまだ学生の身ですし、高いのは限りがあるんで。
The flesh beast undulates foully, as though it has something to say. The sight of it is driving me close to the edge.
Ah, いえ、お構いなく。一人でもなんとかなりますから。
I get it. He's towards the unsightliness of my house might diminish the image of his own. Damn snob. I flash a token smile, then retreat behind the safety of my gate. I can feel Suzumi's eyes boring into my back all the way to the front door. Why won't everyone stay out of my life? I just want to live together with Seiya, alone, where no one will ever bother us. Me and my fucking imaginary girlfriend. Why can't they all just leave me alone? Is what he really looks like. Suzumi Yosuke signs in annoyance as he watches the neighbor boy retreat into his house. What's with his attitude? Even while talking, he kept his eyes averted as if to avoid looking at something repulsive. Has he always been such an unpleasant young man? No, of course not. When his parents were still alive, he had been a normal youth, a little shy, but sensitive and caring. It must be the stress of his sad situation. If it continues to build, he might start to develop serious mental problems. Or is it too late already? Yosuke wonders as he gazes wearily at the Saka yard. This is his house? Even during dinner, Yosuke can't shake the neighboring house from his mind.
どうしたのあなた？難しそうな顔して。
We're literally getting like the
今日ね、
neighbor's house
隣の家の
the
息子に会
neighbor's
ったよ。
house perspective.
お隣のってふみのりお兄ちゃん？
Yeah, Fuminori's kind of a bitch.
Ah, 庭のこと一言言っておいた。
そうよね。せめてあの匂いだけはどうにかしてもらいたいわよね。
The stink coming from the Sakisaka house grows worse each day, and the Suzumi family is at its wit's end.
あの草むらの中に死んだ猫でもいるんじゃないかしら。でも住んでいて気づかないのかしらね、あの匂いに。
まさかとは思うが、生ゴミをそのまま庭に捨てているんじゃあるまいな。
そんな。
He wouldn't dare leave his garbage out.
いや、今の様子だとやりかねん。
He's
一
eating
日中ずっと雨戸を閉め切っ
horrific
て
fruit
何をやってる
slimes,
のかもわから
but
な
he
い。
wouldn't dare
ど
leave
うい
his
う暮らしをし
garbage
てるのや
out.
ら。
お兄ちゃん、頭おかしくなっちゃったのかな。これヒロミ、
Yeah, don't say things
そう
like
いう言い
that.
方はダメよ。
いや、あれは本当にちょっとどうすぎてる。ひょっとしたら変質狂か
It's
何か
kind
か
of
もしれん
crazy
な。
that a tractor literally flipped and killed his whole family. And it's been like what, 3 months since? I feel like people are expecting like a lot from this guy.
大丈夫なのそれ。
早く自覚
He's
し
allowed to
て
be
医者
kind
にで
of
も言っ
fucked
ても
up.
らわんことには。
He's like
なんとな。
extraordinarily fucked up, like at times 11, like fucked up, but you can expect him to be at least a little fucked up. The seconds crawl by, each tick of the clock compounding my agony. When I returned from the Ogai residence, I was greeted by a silent, empty home. Sai had vanished without leaving any clue as to her whereabouts. It's rare for her to go out for walks at night. I've often gone with her. However, such outings always take place in the middle of the night. No one is around. It never lasts more than 2 hours. Right now, it's 5 in the morning. Soon the sky will begin to show the first light of dawn. Even if she left right before I returned, she's still been gone for almost half a day. I can't sleep. I can only wait in anguish. I tried to distract myself by painting more rooms, but I couldn't concentrate on the work. If I had known this would happen, I would have left the Ogai house sooner. I wish I hadn't wasted time on Koji. If Seiya doesn't return, the thought makes me want to tear my hair out after its long absence. The terror of true loneliness is too much to bear. At last, the cowboy chimes, and Seiya's long-awaited rings out from the bottom of the stairs. As I jumped out of my bed in relief, all of the stress that has built up through the nights is released in a wave that threatens to sweep me off my feet.
疲れた。やっぱり往復すると遠いな。
Seiya sighs as she climbs the stairs.
さや、一体どこに？
My question trails off as I notice the thick bundles of paper that she's carrying under her arms.
それは
文則のカルテとか手術の記録。今日は古巣の病院に行ってきたの。
Oh, interesting. Seiya drops her bundles on the floor, sending paper flying everywhere, then pulls her favorite cushion over and collapses into it, stretching luxuriously.
こんな夜中に T 台から歩いて戻ってきたのか。
ごめんね。本当はもっと早く帰れると思ってたんだけど、調べ出したらキリがなくて。
She says skillfully, gathering the scattered papers together.
結局全部持ち出してきちゃった。ああ、重かった。
Maybe it's just the exhaustion, but I'm not understanding a word Seiya's saying.
だからそんなもの持ってきてどうするつもりなんだ。
どうするって、もちろん調べるのよ。
She
うちで
replies.
時間かけてじっくり。
At first, I think she's just playing around. The occasional mutters of
あ、これは要チェックかな。
and
あとは
the likes as she's
そう
the
なん
like
だ。
as she separates photos into a growing pile before her make me think that she might not be a joke after all.
君わかるのかこういうの。
パパにいろいろと教わったから。
She flashes me a grin and returns to the papers.
なるほどね。そういうこと。
I want another person to get slimed.
これじゃあいつまで経っても直せないよね。
直せ
Also,
な
I
いか。
want a choice. Right? Is it so crazy that I want a choice? It's been like 2 hours.
人間のお医者さんじゃね。
I can tell if she's being serious.
私でも まだちょっと難しいかな。
She says
いろいろと試してからでないと。
handedly as her cans continue to shuffle their purse. I'm gonna be done though. I'm gonna be done. I'm a little drunk. Maybe we'll keep going. Watching more closely, I realized that her eyes are scanning each page rapidly. So rapidly, in fact, that I was unable to notice it at first. Could Saya actually be reading my charts?
なあさや。
She answers coolly, looking up from the charts.
今日はもう疲れたし、寝ないか。
文則
You
が
missed
そう
the
したい
part
なら
where we
そうする。
literally slimed a lady and she died, and then we ate her. But we didn't know that she ate her. Saya tosses aside the paper she was sorting, leaps on me, and turns to tear off my clothes. Okay. Saya tosses aside the paper she was sorting, and leaps on me and begins to tear off my clothes.
おい。
ねえ、寝る前に一回だけ。
まあさや、こう毎日続けてちゃ体に毒じ
I'm
ゃない
pretty
の
sure we're
か。
about to fuck.
文則、どこか具合が悪いの？
いや、僕は別に。ちゃんと大人の体になってるし、平気なんだけど。でもさやはまだ。
平気だよ。
She laughs playfully as she pushes me into the bed, the familiar sweet sensation of her weight and skin rendering me helpless.
平気なわけないだろ。今まで否認もし
We
てないっ
haven't
ての
used
に。
any contraception! They've been fucking! And they haven't used any. This is around birth control! Air condoms!
文則はさ、さやに子供を産ませるの。
You don't want me to have your children? How can I respond to that?
いやも何も。さやみたいに小さい体じゃ無理だって。
What?
母体の負担ってのは大変なんだぞ。
I didn't expect this conversation to happen.
文則が心配してることって割と的外れなんだけど。
Saya seems unsure how to reply, but not because she doesn't understand what I said. Rather, the bemused look on her face makes it seem as though I'm the one not getting it.
でもそれって文則がさやのことを大事に思ってくれてるからなんだよね。それはそれで嬉しい。
By the time I break the spell of her angelic smile, Saya has undone my belt and is removing my pants.
なあおい、だからさや。
大丈夫。じゃあ今夜は文則が心配しないような方法でしてあげる。
I didn't think that we fucked. As she finishes, she looks up at me, smiling. She just pulled the greatest prank of her life.
これだったら文則だって心配ないでしょ。
いや、まあ。
What am I supposed to say to that?
ねえ、ダメだった？こういうのだと気持ちよくない？
I didn't think I was fucking her. I honestly didn't think I was fucking the child. Hearing the sudden nervousness in Saya's voice, I hastily stammer.
そんなことない。十分によかった。でもさや、何もあんなもの飲み込まなくた
You
って。
definitely sucked it.
そんな。あれはさやにちょうだいよ。
Suddenly distraught, Saya clings to me like a child who's just had her candy stolen.
文則のは一滴だっ
I
て残
want
さず
you
に欲し
inside
い。
me.
さやの中に出してほしいの。
中にって。
So Saya does want to bear my child? Oh god, this is so weird. So Seiya really does want to bear my child? I'm averse to the idea. I still think it might be too early, of course, but there isn't much point in worrying about my reputation now. Assuming that Seiya and I will be left alone, I even welcome it.
文則は嫌？
She gazes up at me pleadingly. How could I resist?
嫌なんかじゃないさ。さやさえそれでいいのなら僕だって。
Seiya smiles with relief and burrows contently into my chest.
文則大
She
好
purrs
き。
softly. With her body draped over mine, I become even more aware of how light and delicate she is. Can this tiny girl and I really live as husband and wife? I feel the pang of self-loathing at the question. How could I still be afraid after all that's happened? Seiya's feelings are so earnest. How can I not accept them? I need to resolve once and for all to rid myself of this useless trappings of morality. Seiya and I are all that matters. There's no point in worrying about what others think anymore. Otherwise, I ought to still think to Seiya's guardian, of course. I need to find Dr. Ogai as soon as possible. By the time I drift to sleep in exhaustion's comforting embrace, all the doubts about Seiya's actions have vanished from my mind. Whatever the case, all that matters is that she's returned to me. What? 2 o'clock for Suzumi Yosuke. This is the most fulfilling time of day. After seeing his wife and daughter off, taking care of the morning chores, and eating a leisurely lunch, it's finally time to sit down to easel. He's not a particularly popular painter, and he would only hold an exhibition if he were hurting for money. However, the design works he does on the side ensures that he's always enough to support his lifestyle. Alongside the salary his wife earns working for a magazine, they're able to pay for their mortgage, send their daughter to school, and still have plenty left over. Yosuke's life is perfect, leisurely and absent of want. He loves his house, considering it the symbol of success. When he mows the lawn, polishes the windows and floors, cleans the kitchen, toilet, and bath, he feels the same joy as he does when washing his own body. Just as he knows the length of his fingernails and the time since his last meal, he also knows everything about his home's condition. The status of every door, the freshness of every flower, the amount of ice in the ice tray, every last detail. This is his pride, and when he sits in his studio smelling the turpentine and knowing that each element of his house is in perfect order, he feels the ultimate satisfaction. When trying to find the right combination of paints on his palette, he suddenly feels thirsty. But soon remembers there isn't much orange juice left in his refrigerator. I'll drink it all. In fact, it's also about time to stock up on bath additive and powdered soap. He got everything at the supermarket when he goes to shop for dinner, but it will probably be quite heavy. Okay, so this game is about a guy who had like a car accident and like hit his head so that every person and every world and all of everything looks like an eldritch horror except for Seiya. That's like the one storyline, is that there's this guy and he woke up from a coma because he got into there was a car accident and he got head trauma, and there was like a surgery that happened, but when he woke up, it's like every person he sees and all of like when you like where everything looks like it's like weird flesh and all of that, that's what he sees. That's his reality, and the only person that looks like a human is Seiya. And then this is like a cut to somebody else. Now then, where should I leave off to go shopping? As he ponders his dilemma, he heads downstairs to the kitchen. At this, then, a breath of air tickles the back of his neck, bringing him to a halt in the middle of the hallway. A breeze! Impossible! Every window in the house is closed! Yosuke shut them himself during this morning cleaning. Yosuke enters the living room, searching for the source of the breeze. Something stinks! It is the same pungent smell of fetid swamplands that emanates from the Sakisaka house. The window facing the yard next door is open, its curtains billowing loosely in the gentle breeze. There's a hole in the glass next to the lock. It looks strange, like it was melted by some chemical instead of broken. Someone must have reached through the hole to unlock the window. Yosuke stands paralyzed, his heart pounding with anger and fear. He listens carefully but hears nothing. Perhaps the intruder has already finished his business and left? But a burglar wouldn't have left the room untouched, would he? Yosuke realized that his still wet palette knife in his right hand is in his right hand. He must have forgotten to put it aside before going downstairs. A palette knife is not like a big knife, but I guess it's better than having no knife. He stares numbly at the knife for a moment, then decides that it's not enough protection. Yeah, it's a shit knife. Instead, he grabs the ashtray sitting on top of the... Okay, the shit knife is better than an ashtray. This home he thought of as part of himself now seems utterly alien. Keenly aware of the thumping of his heart, Yosuke looks around the living room and sees little that could be used as a hiding place. The intruder must have gone either to the guest room or through the dining room to the kitchen. The kitchen is close to the stairs. If there had been movement, Yosuke would have noticed it when he came down, which means the guest room is the most likely place. He shuffles over to the guest room and prepares to slide it open. What is that stench? Could the breeze alone carry something so foul? As if the odor is coming from inside the room. He readies his ashtray and throws open the door. The straw-matted Japanese-style room is empty. There's a closet, but no one could fit in there. So the intruder already left. Yosuke relaxes, the exhaustion of sudden relief coming over him. And that is when something seizes his ankle. The instant he freezes in shock, his leg is yanked out from under him, sending him crashing to the floor. Stars explode behind his eyes as his head smacks against the door rail. The hand, if it can be called that, wrapped around Yosuke's ankle extends all the way back to beneath the living room sofa. There are barely 5 centimeters between the sofa and the floor. Whatever is hiding there can't possibly be human. Before the screaming, Yosuke could regain his footing. Countless hands like a pen just seize his arms and legs, rendering him helpless. As the hideous voice burbles in his ear, something cold and soft crawls atop him. Yosuke can't even scream. His terror is so great. Thin, tube-like appendages penetrate his ears and nose over deep into his skull. Right before the sensation drives him mad, Yosuke loses consciousness.
お時間を取っていただいてありがとうございます。
Koji says, his humble bow concealing his surprise at the doctor's youth. Even without her light makeup, she wouldn't look a day over 30. She must be quite talented to be leading a neurosurgeon at such a young age.
いいのよ。あなたたちみたいな人が来てくれたのは私としてもありがたいところだし。
Her friendly smile has none of the coldness one would expect from her sharp, refined beauty.
はじめまして。
That guy's
咲
fucking
坂
dead,
文
by
則
the
君
way.
の主治医の丹保です。
文則の友人で殿浩二と言います。彼女は筑波陽。
God, it's like 2 a.m. Oh god. Okay, do we keep going? Samson, are you still here? I'm thinking I might end it. I'm thinking I might... Or do I keep going? I'm quite drunk, and also... Maybe we keep going. Yo gives a quick bow, her expression apologetic. When they arrived at the T University Medical Center and asked to see Fuminori's doctor, Kochi and Yo had been prepared to rejection. They had expected the ease of their request was granted.
咲坂君の件について話が聞きたいっていうことだけど、それは私の方でも同じでね。
We'll go to the next scene transition, maybe. No, I think I'm gonna quick save. I think this is a good time to end it. We can watch some kind of candy or whatever, but I'm pretty donezo.